Section 30 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. Stockholm, Skansen. A few years ago, at Skansen, the great park just outside of Stockholm, where they have collected so many wonderful things, there lived a little old man named Clement Larsson. He was from Hälsingland and had come to Skansen with his fiddle to play folk dances and other old melodies. As a performer, he appeared mostly in the evening. During the day it was his business to sit on guard in one of the many pretty peasant cottages which have been moved to Skansen from all parts of the country. In the beginning Clement thought that he fared better in his old age than he had ever dared dream. But after a time he began to dislike the place terribly, especially while he was on watch duty. It was all very well when visitors came into the cottage to look around, but some days Clement would sit for many hours all alone. Then he felt so homesick that he feared he would have to give up his place. He was very poor and knew that at home he would become a charge on the parish. Therefore he tried to hold out as long as he could, although he felt more unhappy from day to day. One beautiful evening in the beginning of May, Clement had been granted a few hours' leave of absence. He was on his way down the steep hill leading out of Skansen, when he met an island fisherman coming along with his game bag. The fisherman was an active young man who came to Skansen with sea fowl that he had managed to capture alive. Clement had met him before, many times. The fisherman stopped Clement to ask if the superintendent at Skansen was at home. When Clement had replied, he in turn asked what choice thing the fisherman had in his bag. "You can see what I have," the fisherman answered, "if in return you will give me an idea as to what I should ask for it." He held open the bag and Clement peeped into it once and again, then quickly drew back a step or two. "Good gracious, Asbjörn!" he exclaimed. "How did you catch that one?" He remembered that when he was a child his mother used to talk of the tiny folk who lived under the cabin floor. He was not permitted to cry or to be naughty lest he provoke these small people. After he was grown he believed his mother had made up these stories about the elves to make him behave himself. But it had been no invention of his mother's, it seemed, for there in Ashbjörn's bag lay one of the tiny folk. There was a little of the terror natural to childhood left in Clement, and he felt a shudder run down his spinal column as he peeped into the bag. Ashbjörn saw that he was frightened and began to laugh. But Clement took the matter seriously. "Tell me, Ashbjörn, where you came across him?" he asked. "You may be sure that I wasn't lying in wait for him," said Ashbjörn. "He came to me. I started out early this morning and took my rifle along in the boat. I had just pulled away from the shore when I sighted some wild geese coming from the east, shrieking like mad. I sent them a shot, but hit none of them. Instead, this creature came tumbling down into the water, so close to the boat that I only had to put my hand out and pick him up." "I hope you didn't shoot him, Ashbjörn." "Oh, no, he is well and sound, but when he came down he was a little dazed at first. So I took advantage of that fact to wind the ends of two sail threads around his ankles and wrists, so that he couldn't run away. Ha! Here's something for Skansen, I thought instantly." Clement grew strangely troubled as the fisherman talked. All that he had heard about the tiny folk in his childhood of their vindictiveness toward enemies and their benevolence toward friends, came back to him. It had never gone well with those who had attempted to hold one of them captive. "You should have let him go at once, Ashbjörn," said Clement. "I came precious near being forced to set him free," returned the fisherman. "You may well know, Clement, that the wild geese followed me all the way home, and they crisscrossed over the island the whole morning, honking as if they wanted him back. Not only they, but the entire population, seagulls, sea swallows, and many others who are not worth a shot of powder, alighted on the island and made an awful racket. When I came out they fluttered about me until I had to turn back. My wife begged me to let him go, but I had made up my mind that he should come here to Skansen. So I placed one of the children's dolls in the window, hid the midget in the bottom of my bag, and started away. The birds must have fancied that it was he who stood in the window, for they permitted me to leave without pursuing me." "Does it say anything?" asked Clement. "Yes, at first he tried to call to the birds, but I wouldn't have it, and put a gag in his mouth." "Oh, Ashbjörn!" protested Clement. "How can you treat him so? Don't you see that he is something supernatural?" "I don't know what he is," said Ashbjörn calmly. "Let others consider that. I'm satisfied if I only can get a good sum for him. Now tell me, Clement, what you think the doctor at Skansen would give me." There was a long pause before Clement replied. He felt very sorry for the poor little chap. He actually imagined that his mother was standing beside him, telling him that he must always be kind to the tiny folk. "I have no idea what the doctor up there would care to give you, Ashbjörn," he said finally. "But if you will leave him with me, I'll pay you 20 kroner for him." Ashbjörn stared at the fiddler in amazement when he heard him name so large a sum. He thought that Clement believed the midget had some mysterious power and might be of service for him. He was by no means certain that the doctor would think him such a great find, or would offer to pay so high a sum for him, so he accepted Clement's proffer. The fiddler poked his purchase into one of his wide pockets, turned back to Skansen, and went into a moss covered hut, where there were neither visitors nor guards. He closed the door after him, took out the midget, who was still bound hand and foot and gagged, and laid him down gently on a bench. "Now listen to what I say," said Clement. "I know, of course, that such as you do not like to be seen of men, but prefer to go about and busy yourselves in your own way. Therefore I have decided to give you your liberty, but only on condition that you will remain in this park until I permit you to leave. If you agree to this, nod your head 3 times." Clement gazed at the midget with confident expectation, but the latter did not move a muscle. "You shall not fare badly," continued Clement. "I'll see to it that you are fed every day, and you will have so much to do there that the time will not seem long to you. But you mustn't go elsewhere till I give you leave. Now we'll agree as to a signal. So long as I set your food out in a white bowl, you are to stay. When I set it out in a blue one, you may go." Clement paused again, expecting the midget to give the sign of approval, but he did not stir. "Very well," said Clement. "Then there's no choice but to show you to the master of this place. Then you'll be put in a glass case, and all the people in the big city of Stockholm will come and stare at you." This scared the midget, and he promptly gave the signal. "That was right," said Clement as he cut the cord that bound the midget's hands. Then he hurried toward the door. The boy unloosened the bands around his ankles and tore away the gag before thinking of anything else. When he turned to Clement to thank him, he had gone. Just outside the door Clement met a handsome, noble looking gentleman, who was on his way to a place close by from which there was a beautiful outlook. Clement could not recall having seen the stately old man before, but the latter must surely have noticed Clement sometime when he was playing the fiddle, because he stopped and spoke to him.
"Good day, Clement," he said. "How do you do? You are not ill, are you? I think you have grown a bit thin of late."
There was such an expression of kindliness about the old gentleman that Clement plucked up courage and told him of his homesickness.
"What!"
exclaimed the old gentleman.
"Are you homesick when you are in Stockholm? It can't be possible."
He looked almost offended. Then he reflected that it was only an ignorant old peasant from Hälsingland that he talked with, and so resumed his friendly attitude.
"Surely you have never heard how the city of Stockholm was founded? If you had, you would comprehend that your anxiety to get away is only a foolish fancy. Come with me to the bench over yonder, and I will tell you something about Stockholm."
When the old gentleman was seated on the bench, he glanced down at the city, which spread in all its glory below them, and he drew a deep breath as if he wished to drink in all the beauty of the landscape. Thereupon he turned to the fiddler.
"Look, Clement,"
he said, and as he talked he traced with his cane a little map in the sand in front of them.
"Here lies Uppland, and here to the south a point juts out, which is split up by a number of bays. And here we have Sörmland, with another point, which is just as cut up and points straight north. Here from the west comes a lake filled with islands. It is Lake Mälar. From the east comes another body of water, which can barely squeeze in between the islands and islets. It is the East Sea. Here, Clement, where Uppland joins Sörmland and Mälaren joins the East Sea, comes a short river in the center of which lie four little islets that divide the river into several tributaries, one of which is called Norriström, but was formerly Stocksund. In the beginning these islets were common wooded islands, such as one finds in plenty on Lake Mälar even to day, and for ages they were entirely uninhabited. They were well located between two bodies of water and two bodies of land, but this no one remarked. Year after year passed. People settled along Lake Mälar and in the archipelago, but these river islands attracted no settlers. Sometimes it happened that a seafarer put into port at one of them and pitched his tent for the night, but no one remained there long. One day a fisherman, who lived on Leading Island out in Saltfjord, steered his boat toward Lake Mälar, where he had such good luck with his fishing that he forgot to start for home in time. He got no farther than the four islets, and the best he could do was to land on one and wait until later in the night, when there would be bright moonlight. It was late summer and warm. The fisherman hauled his boat on land, lay down beside it, his head resting upon a stone, and fell asleep. When he awoke, the moon had been up a long while. It hung right above him and shone with such splendor that it was like broad daylight. The man jumped to his feet and was about to push his boat into the water, when he saw a lot of black specks moving out in the stream. A school of seals was heading full speed for the island. When the fisherman saw that they intended to crawl up on land, he bent down for his spear, which he always took with him in the boat. But when he straightened up, he saw no seals. Instead, there stood on the strand the most beautiful young maidens, dressed in green trailing satin robes, with pearl crowns upon their heads. The fisherman understood that these were mermaids who lived on the desolate rock islands far out at sea, and had assumed seal disguises in order to come up on land and enjoy the moonlight on the green islets. He laid down the spear very cautiously, and when the young maidens came up on the island to play, he stole behind and surveyed them. He had heard that sea nymphs were so beautiful and fascinating that no one could see them and not be enchanted by their charms, and he had to admit that this was not too much to say of them. When he had stood for a while under the shadow of the trees and watched the dance, he went down to the strand, took one of the seal skins lying there and hid it under a stone. Then he went back to his boat and lay down beside it and pretended to be asleep. Presently he saw the young maidens trip down to the strand to don their seal skins. At first all was play and laughter, which was changed to weeping and wailing when one of the mermaids could not find her seal robe. Her companions ran up and down the strand and helped her search for it, but no trace could they find. While they were seeking, they noticed that the sky was growing pale and the day was breaking, so they could tarry no longer, and they all swam away, leaving behind the one whose seal skin was missing. She sat on the strand and wept. The fisherman felt sorry for her, of course, but he forced himself to lie still till daybreak. Then he got up, pushed the boat into the water, and stepped into it to make it appear that he saw her by chance after he had lifted the oars. "Who are you?" he called out. "Are you shipwrecked?" She ran toward him and asked if he had seen her seal skin. The fisherman looked as if he did not know what she was talking about. She sat down again and wept. Then he determined to take her with him in the boat. "Come with me to my cottage," he commanded, "and my mother will take care of you. You can't stay here on the island where you have neither food nor shelter." He talked so convincingly that she was persuaded to step into his boat. Both the fisherman and his mother were very kind to the poor mermaid, and she seemed to be happy with them. She grew more contented every day, and helped the older woman with her work, and was exactly like any other island lass, only she was much prettier. One day the fisherman asked her if she would be his wife, and she did not object, but at once said yes. Preparations were made for the wedding. The mermaid dressed as a bride in her green trailing robe with the shimmering pearl crown she had worn when the fisherman first saw her. There was neither church nor parson on the island at that time, so the bridal party seated themselves in the boats to row up to the first church they should find. The fisherman had the mermaid and his mother in his boat, and he rowed so well that he was far ahead of all the others. When he had come so far that he could see the islet in the river where he had won his bride, he could not help smiling. "What are you smiling at?" she asked. "Oh, I'm thinking of that night when I hid your sealskin," answered the fisherman, for he felt so sure of her that he thought there was no longer any need for him to conceal anything. "What are you saying?" asked the bride, astonished. "Surely I have never possessed a sealskin." It appeared she had forgotten everything. "Don't you recollect how you danced with the mermaids?" he asked. "I don't know what you mean," said the bride. "I think that you must have dreamed a strange dream last night." "If I show you your sealskin, you'll probably believe me," laughed the fisherman, promptly turning the boat toward the islet. They stepped ashore, and he brought the sealskin out from under the stone where he had hidden it. But the instant the bride set eyes on the sealskin, she grasped it and drew it over her head. It snuggled close to her, as if there was life in it, and immediately she threw herself into the stream. The bridegroom saw her swim away, and plunged into the water after her, but he could not catch up to her. When he saw that he couldn't stop her in any other way, in his grief he seized his spear and hurled it. He aimed better than he had intended, for the poor mermaid gave a piercing shriek and disappeared in the depths. The fisherman stood on the strand waiting for her to appear again. He observed that the water around him began to take on a soft sheen of beauty that he had never seen before. It shimmered in pink and white, like the colour play on the inside of seashells. As the glittering water lapped the shores, the fisherman thought that they too were transformed. They began to blossom and waft their perfumes. A soft sheen spread over them, and they also took on a beauty which they had never possessed before. He understood how all this had come to pass. For it is thus with mermaids: one who beholds them must needs find them more beautiful than anyone else. And the mermaid's blood being mixed with the water that bathed the shores, her beauty was transferred to both. All who saw them must love them and yearn for them. This was their legacy from their mermaid. When the stately old gentleman had got thus far in his narrative, he turned to Clement and looked at him. Clement nodded reverently, but made no comment, as he did not wish to cause a break in the story. "Now you must bear this in mind, Clement," the old gentleman continued, with a roguish glint in his eyes. "From that time on, people emigrated to the islands. At first only fishermen and peasants settled there, but others, too, were attracted to them. One day the king and his earl sailed up the stream. They started at once to talk of these islands, having observed they were so situated that every vessel that sailed toward Lake Mälar had to pass them. The earl suggested that there ought to be a lock put on the channel, which could be opened or closed at will, to let in merchant vessels and shut out pirates. This idea was carried out," said the old gentleman, as he rose and began to trace in the sand with his cane. "On the largest of these islands the earl erected a fortress with a strong tower, which was called Kärnan, and around the island a wall was built. Here, at the north and south ends of the wall, they made gates and placed strong towers over them. Across the other islands they built bridges. These were likewise equipped with high towers. Out in the water, round about, they put a wreath of piles with bars that could open and close, so that no vessel could sail past without permission. Therefore, you see, Clement, the four islands which had lain so long unnoticed were soon strongly fortified. But this was not all, for the shores and the sound tempted people, and before long they came from all quarters to settle there. They built a church which has since been called Storkyrkan. Here it stands near the castle, and here, within the walls, were the little huts the pioneers built for themselves. They were primitive, but they served their purpose. More was not needed at that time to make the place pass for a city, and the city was named Stockholm. There came a day, Clement, when the earl who had begun the work went to his final rest, and Stockholm was without a master builder. Monks called the Grey Friars came to the country. Stockholm attracted them. They asked permission to erect a monastery there, so the king gave them an island, one of the smaller ones, this one facing Lake Mälar. There they built, and the place was called Greyfriars Island. Other monks came, called the Black Friars. They too asked for right to build in Stockholm, near the south gate. On this, the larger of the islands north of the city a Holy Ghost house or hospital was built, while on the smaller one thrifty men put up a mill, and along the little islands close by the monks fished. As you know, there is only one island now, for the canal between the two has filled up, but it is still called Holy Ghost Island. And now, Clement, all the little wooded islands were dotted with houses, but still people kept streaming in, for these shores and waters have the power to draw people to them. Hither came pious women of the order of Saint Clara and asked for ground to build upon. For them there was no choice but to settle on the north shore, at Norrmalm, as it is called. You may be sure that they were not over pleased with this location, for across Norrmalm ran a high ridge, and on that the city had its gallows hill, so that it was a detested spot. Nevertheless, the poor Clares erected their church and their convent on the strand below the ridge. After they were established there, they soon found plenty of followers. Upon the ridge itself were built a hospital and a church, consecrated to Saint Goran, and just below the ridge a church was erected to Saint Jacob. And even at Södermalm, where the mountain rises perpendicularly from the strand, they began to build. There they raised a church to Saint Mary. But you must not think that only cloister folk moved to Stockholm. There were also many others, principally German tradesmen and artisans. These were more skilled than the Swedes, and were well received. They settled within the walls of the city, where they pulled down the wretched little cabins that stood there, and built high, magnificent stone houses. But space was not plentiful within the walls. Therefore they had to build the houses close together, with gables facing the narrow by lanes. So you see, Clement, that Stockholm could attract people." At this point in the narrative another gentleman appeared and walked rapidly down the path toward the man who was talking to Clement, but he waved his hand, and the other remained at a distance. The dignified old gentleman still sat on the bench beside the fiddler. "Now, Clement, you must render me a service," he said. "I have no time to talk more with you, but I will send you a book about Stockholm, and you must read it from cover to cover. I have, so to speak, laid the foundation of Stockholm for you. Study the rest out for yourself, and learn how the city has thrived and changed. Read how the little narrow wall enclosed city on the islands has spread into this great sea of houses below us. Read how, on the spot where the dark tower Kärnan once stood, the beautiful, light castle below us was erected, and how the Grey Friars Church has been turned into the burial place of the Swedish kings. Read how islet after islet was built up with factories, how the ridge was lowered and the sound filled in, how the truck gardens and the south and north ends of the city have been converted into beautiful parks or built up quarters, how the king's private deer park has become the people's favorite pleasure resort. You must make yourself at home here, Clement. This city does not belong exclusively to the Stockholmers. It belongs to you and to all Swedes. As you read about Stockholm, remember that I have spoken the truth, for the city has the power to draw everyone to it. First the king moved here, then the nobles built their palaces here, and then one after another was attracted to the place. So that now, as you see, Stockholm is not a city unto itself or for nearby districts. It has grown into a city for the whole kingdom. You know, Clement, that there are judicial courts in every parish throughout the land, but in Stockholm they have jurisdiction for the whole nation. You know that there are judges in every district court in the country. But at Stockholm there is only one court to which all the others are accountable. You know that there are barracks and troops in every part of the land, but those at Stockholm command the whole army. Everywhere in the country you will find railroads, but the whole great national system is controlled and managed at Stockholm. Here you will find the governing boards for the clergy, for teachers, for physicians, for bailiffs and jurors. This is the heart of your country, Clement. All the change you have in your pocket is coined here, and the postage stamps you stick on your letters are made here. There is something here for every Swede. Here no one need feel homesick, for here all Swedes are at home. And when you read of all that has been brought here to Stockholm, think too of the latest that the city has attracted to itself. These old time peasant cottages here at Skansen, the old dances, the old costumes and house furnishings, the musicians and storytellers. Everything good of the old time Stockholm has tempted here to Skansen to do it honor, that it may in turn stand before the people with renewed glory. But first and last, remember as you read about Stockholm, that you are to sit in this place. You must see how the waves sparkle in joyous play, and how the shores shimmer with beauty. You will come under the spell of their witchery, Clement." The handsome old gentleman had raised his voice so that it rang out strong and commanding, and his eyes shone. Then he rose, and with a wave of his hands to Clement walked away. Clement understood that the one who had been talking to him was a great man, and he bowed to him as low as he could. The next day came a royal lackey with a big red book and a letter for Clement, and in the letter it said that the book was from the king. After that the little old man, Clement Larsson, was lightheaded for several days, and it was impossible to get a sensible word out of him. When a week had gone by, he went to the superintendent and gave in his notice. He simply had to go home. "Why must you go home? Can't you learn to be content here?" asked the doctor. "Oh, I am contented here," said Clement. "That matter troubles me no longer, but I must go home all the same." Clement was quite perturbed because the king had said that he should learn all about Stockholm and be happy there. But he could not rest until he had told every one at home that the king had said those words to him. He could not renounce the idea of standing on the church knoll at home and telling high and low that the king had been so kind to him, that he had sat beside him on the bench, and had sent him a book, and had taken the time to talk to him, a poor fiddler, for a whole hour, in order to cure him of his homesickness. It was good to relate this to the Laplanders and Dalecarlian peasant girls at Skansen, but what was that compared to being able to tell of it at home? Even if Clement were to end in the poorhouse, it wouldn't be so hard after this. Here he was a totally different man from what he had been, and he would be respected and honored in a very different way. This new yearning took possession of Clement. He simply had to go up to the doctor and say that he must go home. End of the chapter Stockholm. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 31 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander.
The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. Gorgo, the Eagle. In the Mountain Glen. Far up among the mountains of Lapland there was an old eagle's nest on a ledge, which projected from a high cliff. The nest was made of dry twigs of pine and spruce, interlaced one with another until they formed a perfect network. Year by year the nest had been repaired and strengthened. It was about 2 meters wide and nearly as high as a Laplander's hut. The cliff on which the eagle's nest was situated towered above a big glen, which was inhabited in summer by a flock of wild geese, as it was an excellent refuge for them. It was so secluded between cliffs that not many knew of it, even among the Laplanders themselves. In the heart of this glen there was a small round lake, in which was an abundance of food for the tiny goslings, and on the tufted lake shores, which were covered with osier bushes and dwarfed birches, the geese found fine nesting places. In all ages eagles had lived on the mountain and geese in the glen. Every year the former carried off a few of the latter, but they were very careful not to take so many that the wild geese would be afraid to remain in the glen. The geese in their turn found the eagles quite useful. They were robbers, to be sure, but they kept other robbers away. 2 years before Nils Holgersson travelled with the wild geese, the old leader goose, Akka from Kebnekaise, was standing at the foot of the mountain slope, looking toward the eagle's nest. The eagles were in the habit of starting on their chase soon after sunrise. During the summers that Akka had lived in the glen, she had watched every morning for their departure, to find if they stopped in the glen to hunt, or if they flew beyond it to other hunting grounds. She did not have to wait long before the two eagles left the ledge on the cliff. Stately and terror striking, they soared into the air. They directed their course toward the plain, and Akka breathed a sigh of relief. The old leader goose's days of nesting and rearing of young were over, and during the summer she passed the time going from one goose range to another, giving counsel regarding the brooding and caring of the young. Aside from this, she kept an eye out not only for eagles, but also for mountain fox and owls, and all other enemies who were a menace to the wild geese and their young. About noontime Akka began to watch for the eagles again. This she had done every day during all the summers that she had lived in the glen. She could tell at once by their flight if their hunt had been successful, and in that event she felt relieved for the safety of those who belonged to her. But on this particular day she had not seen the eagles return. "I must be getting old and stupid," she thought, when she had waited a time for them. "The eagles have probably been home this long while." In the afternoon she looked toward the cliff again, expecting to see the eagles perched on the rocky ledge where they usually took their afternoon rest. Toward evening, when they took their bath in the Day Lake, she tried again to get sight of them, but failed. Again she bemoaned the fact that she was growing old. She was so accustomed to having the eagles on the mountain above her that she could not imagine the possibility of their not having returned. The following morning Akka was awake in good season to watch for the eagles, but she did not see them. On the other hand, she heard in the morning's stillness a cry that sounded both angry and plaintive, and it seemed to come from the eagle's nest. "Can there possibly be anything amiss with the eagles?" she wondered. She spread her wings quickly and rose so high that she could perfectly well look down into the nest. There she saw neither of the eagles. There was no one in the nest save a little half fledged eaglet, who was screaming for food. Akka sank down toward the eagle's nest, slowly and reluctantly. It was a gruesome place to come to. It was plain what kind of robber folk lived there. In the nest and on the cliff ledge lay bleached bones, bloody feathers, pieces of skin, hares' heads, birds' beaks, and the tufted claws of grouse. The eaglet, who was lying in the midst of this, was repulsive to look upon, with his big, gaping bill, his awkward, downclad body, and his underdeveloped wings, where the prospective quills stuck out like thorns. At last Akka conquered her repugnance, and alighted on the edge of the nest, at the same time glancing about her anxiously in every direction, for each second she expected to see the old eagles coming back. "It is well that someone has come at last!" cried the baby eagle. "Fetch me some food at once!" "Well, well, don't be in such haste," said Akka. "Tell me first where your father and mother are." "That's what I should like to know myself. They went off yesterday morning, and left me a lemming to live upon while they were away. You can believe that was eaten long ago. It's a shame for mother to let me starve in this way." Akka began to think that the eagles had really been shot, and she reasoned that if she were to let the eaglets starve, she might perhaps be rid of the whole robber tribe for all time. But it went very much against her not to succour a deserted young one so far as she could.
"Why do you sit there and stare?" snapped the eaglet. "Didn't you hear me say I want food?"
Akka spread her wings and sank down to the little lake in the glen. A moment later she returned to the eagle's nest with a salmon trout in her bill. The eaglet flew into a temper when she dropped the fish in front of him.
"Do you think I can eat such stuff?"
he shrieked, pushing it aside, and trying to strike Akka with his bill.
"Fetch me a willow grouse or a lemming, do you hear?"
Akka stretched her head forward and gave the eaglet a sharp nip in the neck. "Let me say to you," remarked the old goose, "that if I am to procure food for you, you must be satisfied with what I give you. Your father and mother are dead, and from them you can get no help. But if you want to lie here and starve to death while you wait for grouse and lemming, I shall not hinder you." When Akka had spoken her mind, she promptly retired, and did not show her face in the eagle's nest again for some time. But when she did return, the eaglet had eaten the fish, and when she dropped another in front of him, he swallowed it at once, although it was plain that he found it very distasteful. Akka had imposed upon herself a tedious task. The old eagles never appeared again, and she alone had to procure for the eaglet all the food he needed. She gave him fish and frogs, and he did not seem to fare badly on this diet, but grew big and strong. He soon forgot his parents, the eagles, and fancied that Akka was his real mother. Akka, in turn, loved him as if he had been her own child. She tried to give him a good bringing up, and to cure him of his wildness and overbearing ways. After a fortnight, Akka observed that the time was approaching for her to moult and put on a new feather dress, so as to be ready to fly. For a whole moon she would be unable to carry food to the baby eaglet, and he might starve to death. So Akka said to him one day: "Gorgo, I can't come to you any more with fish. Everything depends now upon your pluck, which means, can you dare to venture into the glen, so I can continue to procure food for you? You must choose between starvation and flying down to the glen, but that, too, may cost you your life." Without a second's hesitation, the eaglet stepped upon the edge of the nest. Barely taking the trouble to measure the distance to the bottom, he spread his tiny wings and started away. He rolled over and over in space, but nevertheless made enough use of his wings to reach the ground almost unhurt. Down there in the glen, Gorgo passed the summer in company with the little goslings, and was a good comrade for them. Since he regarded himself as a gosling, he tried to live as they lived. When they swam in the lake, he followed them until he came near drowning. It was most embarrassing to him that he could not learn to swim. and he went to Akka and complained of his inability. "Why can't I swim like the others?" he asked. "Your claws grew too hooked, and your toes too large while you were up there on the cliff," Akka replied. "But you'll make a fine bird all the same." The eaglet's wings soon grew so large that they could carry him, but not until autumn, when the goslings learned to fly, did it dawn upon him that he could use them for flight. There came a proud time for him, for at this sport he was the peer of them all. His companions never stayed up in the air any longer than they had to, but he stayed there nearly the whole day and practised the art of flying. So far it had not occurred to him that he was of another species than the geese, but he could not help noting a number of things that surprised him, and he questioned Akka constantly. "Why do grouse and lemming run and hide when they see my shadow on the cliff?" he queried. "They don't show such fear of the other goslings." "Your wings grew too big when you were on the cliff," said Akka. "It is that which frightens the little wretches. But don't be unhappy because of that. You'll be a fine bird, all the same." After the eagle had learned to fly, he taught himself to fish and to catch frogs, but by and by he began to ponder this also. "How does it happen that I live on fish and frogs?" he asked. "The other goslings don't." "This is due to the fact that I had no other food to give you when you were on the cliff," said Akka. "But don't let that make you sad. You'll be a fine bird all the same." When the wild geese began their autumn moving, Gorgo flew along with the flock, regarding himself all the while as one of them. The air was filled with birds who were on their way south, and there was great excitement among them when Akka appeared with an eagle in her train. The wild goose flock was continually surrounded by swarms of the curious, who loudly expressed their astonishment. Akka bade them to be silent, but it was impossible to stop so many wagging tongues. "Why do they call me an eagle?" Gorgo asked repeatedly, growing more and more exasperated. "Can't they see that I'm a wild goose? I'm no bird eater who preys upon his kind. How dare they give me such an ugly name?" One day they flew above a barnyard, where many chickens walked on a dung heap and picked. "An eagle! An eagle!" shrieked the chickens, and started to run for shelter. But Gorgo, who had heard the eagles spoken of as savage criminals, could not control his anger. He snapped his wings together and shot down to the ground, striking his talons into one of the hens. "I'll teach you, I will, that I'm no eagle!" he screamed furiously, and struck with his beak. That instant he heard Akka call to him from the air, and rose obediently. The wild goose flew toward him and began to reprimand him. "What are you trying to do?" she cried, beating him with her bill. "Was it perhaps your intention to tear that poor hen to pieces?" But when the eagle took his punishment from the wild goose without a protest, there arose from the great bird throng around them a perfect storm of taunts and gibes. The eagle heard this, and turned toward Akka with flaming eyes, as though he would have liked to attack her. But he suddenly changed his mind, and with quick wing strokes bounded into the air, soaring so high that no call could reach him, and he sailed around up there as long as the wild geese saw him. 2 days later he appeared again in the wild goose flock. "I know who I am," he said to Akka. "Since I am an eagle, I must live as becomes an eagle. But I think that we can be friends all the same. You or any of yours I shall never attack." But Akka had set her heart on successfully training an eagle into a mild and harmless bird, and she could not tolerate his wanting to do as he chose. "Do you think that I wish to be the friend of a bird eater?" she asked.
Live as I have taught you to live, and you may travel with my flock as heretofore." Both were proud and stubborn, and neither of them would yield. It ended in Akka's forbidding the eagle to show his face in her neighbourhood, and the anger toward him was so intense that no one dared speak his name in her presence. After that Gorgo roamed around the country, alone and shunned, like all great robbers. He was often downhearted, and certainly longed many a time for the days when he thought himself a wild goose, and played with the merry goslings. Among the animals he had a great reputation for courage. They used to say of him that he feared no one but his foster mother, Akka. And they could also say of him that he never used violence against a wild goose. In captivity. Gorgo was only 3 years old, and had not as yet thought about marrying and procuring a home for himself, when he was captured one day by a hunter, and sold to the Skansen Zoological Garden, where there were already 2 eagles held captive in a cage built of iron bars and steel wires. The cage stood out in the open, and was so large that a couple of trees had easily been moved into it, and quite a large cairn was piled up in there. Notwithstanding all this, the birds were unhappy. They sat motionless on the same spot nearly all day. Their pretty, dark feather dresses became rough and lustreless, and their eyes were riveted with hopeless longing on the sky without. During the first week of Gorgo's captivity he was still awake and full of life, but later a heavy torpor came upon him. He perched himself on one spot like the other eagles, and stared at vacancy. He no longer knew how the days passed. One morning when Gorgo sat in his usual torpor, he heard some one call to him from below. He was so drowsy that he could barely rouse himself enough to lower his glance. "Who is calling me?" he asked. "Oh, Gorgo, don't you know me? It's Thumbietot, who used to fly around with the wild geese." "Is Akka also captured?" asked Gorgo in the tone of one who is trying to collect his thoughts after a long sleep. "No, Akka, the white goosey gander, and the whole flock are probably safe and sound up in Lapland at this season," said the boy. "It is only I who am a prisoner here." As the boy was speaking he noticed that Gorgo averted his glance, and began to stare into space again. "Golden eagle!" cried the boy. "I have not forgotten that once you carried me back to the wild geese, and that you spared the white goosey gander's life. Tell me if I can be of any help to you." Gorgo scarcely raised his head. "Don't disturb me, Thumbietot," he yawned. "I am sitting here, dreaming that I am free, and am soaring away up among the clouds. I don't want to be awake." "You must rouse yourself, and see what goes on around you," the boy admonished, "or you will soon look as wretched as the other eagles." "I wish I were as they are. They are so lost in their dreams that nothing more can trouble them," said the eagle. When night came, and all 3 eagles were asleep, there was a light scraping on the steel wires stretched across the top of the cage. The 2 listless old captives did not allow themselves to be disturbed by the noise, but Gorgo awakened. "Who's there? Who is moving up on the roof?" he asked. "It's Thumbietot, Gorgo," answered the boy. "I'm sitting here filing away at the steel wires, so that you can escape." The eagle raised his head, and saw in the night light how the boy sat and filed the steel wires at the top of the cage. He felt hopeful for an instant, but soon discouragement got the upper hand. "I'm a big bird, Thumbietot," said Gorgo. "How can you ever manage to file away enough wires for me to come out? You'd better quit that, and leave me in peace."
"Oh, go to sleep and don't bother about me," said the boy. "I'll not be through to night, nor to morrow night, but I shall try to free you in time, for here you'll become a total wreck." Gorgo fell asleep. When he awoke the next morning, he saw at a glance that a number of wires had been filed. That day he felt less drowsy than he had done in the past. He spread his wings and fluttered from branch to branch to get the stiffness out of his joints. One morning early, just as the first streak of sunlight made its appearance, Thumbietot awakened the eagle. "Try now, Gorgo!" he whispered. The eagle looked up. The boy had actually filed off so many wires that now there was a big hole in the wire netting. Gorgo flapped his wings and propelled himself upward. Twice he missed and fell back into the cage, but finally he succeeded in getting out. With proud wing strokes he soared into the clouds. Little Thumbietot sat and gazed after him with a mournful expression. He wished that some one would come and give him his freedom too. The boy was domiciled now at Skansen. He had become acquainted with all the animals there, and had made many friends among them. He had to admit that there was so much to see and learn there that it was not difficult for him to pass the time. To be sure, his thoughts went forth every day to Morten Goosey Gander and his other comrades, and he yearned for them. "If only I weren't bound by my promise," he thought, "I'd find some bird to take me to them." It may seem strange that Clement Larsson had not restored the boy's liberty, but one must remember how excited the little fiddler had been when he left Skansen. The morning of his departure he had thought of setting out the midget's food in a blue bowl, but unluckily he had been unable to find one. All the Skansen folk, Lapps, peasant girls, artisans, and gardeners had come to bid him good bye, and he had had no time to search for a blue bowl. It was time to start, and at the last moment he had to ask the old Laplander to help him. "One of the tiny folk happens to be living here at Skansen," said Clement, "and every morning I set out a little food for him. Will you do me the favour of taking these few coppers and purchasing a blue bowl with them? Put a little gruel and milk in it, and to morrow morning set it out under the steps of Bollnäs cottage." The old Laplander looked surprised, but there was no time for Clement to explain further, as he had to be off to the railway station. The Laplander went down to the zoological village to purchase the bowl. As he saw no blue one that he thought appropriate, he bought a white one, and this he conscientiously filled and set out every morning. That was why the boy had not been released from his pledge. He knew that Clement had gone away, but he was not allowed to leave. That night the boy longed more than ever for his freedom. This was because summer had come now in earnest. During his travels he had suffered much in cold and stormy weather, and when he first came to Skansen he had thought that perhaps it was just as well that he had been compelled to break the journey. He would have been frozen to death had he gone to Lapland in the month of May. But now it was warm. The earth was green clad. Birches and poplars were clothed in their satiny foliage, and the cherry trees, in fact all the fruit trees, were covered with blossoms. The berry bushes had green berries on their stems. The oaks had carefully unfolded their leaves, and peas, cabbages, and beans were growing in the vegetable garden at Skansen. "Now it must be warm up in Lapland," thought the boy. "I should like to be seated on Morten Goosey Gander's back on a fine morning like this. It would be great fun to ride around in the warm, still air, and look down at the ground as it now lies decked with green grass, and embellished with pretty blossoms." He sat musing on this when the eagle suddenly swooped down from the sky and perched beside the boy on top of the cage. "I wanted to try my wings to see if they were still good for anything," said Gorgo. "You didn't suppose that I meant to leave you here in captivity? Get up on my back and I'll take you to your comrades." "No, that's impossible," the boy answered. "I have pledged my word that I would stay here till I am liberated." "What sort of nonsense are you talking?" protested Gorgo. "In the first place, they brought you here against your will. Then they forced you to promise that you will remain here. Surely you must understand that such a promise one need not keep."
"Oh, no, I must keep it," said the boy. "I thank you all the same for your kind intention, but you can't help me."
"Oh, can't I?" said Gorgo. "We'll see about that."
In a twinkling he grasped Nils Holgersson in his big talons, and rose with him toward the skies, disappearing in a northerly direction. End of Gorgo the Eagle, read by Lars Rolander. Section 32 of the Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. Chapter 32. On over Gästrikland. The Precious Girdle. Wednesday, June 15th. The eagle kept on flying until he was a long distance north of Stockholm. Then he sank to a wooded hillock where he relaxed his hold on the boy. The instant Thumbietot was out of Gorgo's clutches, he started to run back to the city as fast as he could. The eagle made a long swoop, caught up to the boy, and stopped him with his claw. "Do you propose to go back to prison?" he demanded. "That's my affair. I can go where I like for all of you," retorted the boy, trying to get away. Thereupon the eagle gripped him with his strong talons and rose in the air. Now Gorgo circled over the entire province of Uppland and did not stop again until he came to the great waterfalls at Älvkarleby, where he alighted on a rock in the middle of the rushing rapids below the roaring falls. Again he relaxed his hold on the captive. The boy saw that there was no chance of escape from the eagle. Above them the white scum wall of the waterfall came tumbling down, and round about the river rushed along in a mighty torrent. Thumbietot was very indignant to think that in this way he had been forced to become a promise breaker. He turned his back to the eagle and would not speak to him. Now that the bird had set the boy down in a place from which he could not run away, he told him confidentially that he had been brought up by Akka from Kebnekaise, and that he had quarrelled with his foster mother. "Now, Thumbietot, perhaps you understand why I wish to take you back to the wild geese," he said. "I have heard that you are in great favour with Akka, and it was my purpose to ask you to make peace between us." As soon as the boy comprehended that the eagle had not carried him off in a spirit of contrariness, he felt kindly toward him. "I should like very much to help you," he returned, "but I am bound by my promise." Thereupon he explained to the eagle how he had fallen into captivity and how Clement Larsson had left Skansen without setting him free. Nevertheless, the eagle would not relinquish his plan. "Listen to me, Thumbietot," he said. "My wings can carry you wherever you wish to go, and my eyes can search out whatever you wish to find. Tell me how the man looks who exacted this promise from you, and I will find him and take you to him.
Then it is for you to do the rest." Thumbietot approved of the proposition. "I can see, Gorgo, that you have had a wise bird like Akka for a foster mother," the boy remarked. He gave a graphic description of Clement Larsson, and added that he had heard at Skansen that the little fiddler was from Hälsingland. "We'll search for him through the whole of Hälsingland, from Ljungby to Mellansjö, from Great Mountain to Hornland," said the eagle. "To morrow, before sundown, you shall have a talk with the man." "I fear you are promising more than you can perform," doubted the boy. "I should be a mighty poor eagle if I couldn't do that much," said Gorgo. So when Gorgo and Thumbietot left Älvkarleby, they were good friends, and the boy willingly took his mount for a ride on the eagle's back. Thus he had an opportunity to see much of the country. When clutched in the eagle's talons he had seen nothing. Perhaps it was just as well, for in the forenoon he had travelled over Upsala, Österby's big factories, the Dannemora mine, and the ancient castle of Örbyhus, and he would have been sadly disappointed at not seeing them had he known of their proximity. The eagle bore him speedily over Gästrikland. In the southern part of the province there was very little to tempt the eyes, but as they flew northward it began to be interesting. "This country is clad in a spruce skirt and a gray stone jacket," thought the boy, "but around its waist it wears a girdle which has not its match in value, for it is embroidered with blue lakes and green groves. The great ironworks adorn it like a row of precious stones, and its buckle is a whole city with castles and cathedrals and great clusters of houses." When the travellers arrived in the northern forest region, Gorgo alighted on top of a mountain. As the boy dismounted, the eagle said: "There's game in this forest, and I can't forget my late captivity and feel really free until I have gone a hunting. You won't mind my leaving you for a while?" "No, of course I won't," the boy assured him. "You may go where you like, if only you are back here by sundown," said the eagle, as he flew off. The boy sat on a stone gazing across the bare, rocky ground and the great forests round about. He felt rather lonely, but soon he heard singing in the forest below, and saw something bright moving amongst the trees. Presently he saw a blue and yellow banner, and he knew by the songs and the merry chatter that it was being borne at the head of a procession. On it came, up the winding path. He wondered where it and those who followed it were going. He couldn't believe that anybody would come up to such an ugly, desolate waste as the place where he sat. But the banner was nearing the forest border, and behind it marched many happy people for whom it had led the way. Suddenly there was life and movement all over the mountain plain. After that there was so much for the boy to see that he didn't have a dull moment. Forest Day. On the mountain's broad back, where Gorgo left Thumbietot, there had been a forest fire 10 years before. Since that time the charred trees had been felled and removed, and the great fire swept area had begun to deck itself with green along the edges, where it skirted the healthy forest. However, the larger part of the top was still barren and appallingly desolate. Charred stumps, standing sentinel like between the rock ledges, bore witness that once there had been a fine forest here, but no fresh roots sprang from the ground. One day in the early summer all the children in the parish had assembled in front of the schoolhouse near the fire swept mountain. Each child carried either a spade or a hoe on its shoulder, and a basket of food in its hand. As soon as all were assembled, they marched in a long procession toward the forest. The banner came first, with the teachers on either side of it. Then followed a couple of foresters and a wagon load of pine shrubs and spruce seeds. Then the children. The procession did not pause in any of the birch groves near the settlements, but marched on deep into the forest. As it moved along, the foxes stuck their heads out of their lairs in astonishment, and wondered what kind of backwoods people these were. As they marched past old coal pits where charcoal kilns were fired every autumn, the grosbeaks twisted their hooked bills and asked one another what kind of coalers these might be who were now thronging the forest. Finally the procession reached the big burnt mountain plain. The rocks had been stripped of the fine twin flower creepers that once covered them. They had been robbed of the pretty silver moss and the attractive reindeer moss. Around the dark water, gathered in clefts and hollows, there was now no wood sorrel. The little patches of soil in crevices and between stones were without ferns, without star flowers, without all the green and red and light and soft and soothing things which usually clothe the forest ground. It was as if a bright light flashed upon the mountains when all the perished children covered it. Here again was something sweet and delicate, something fresh and rosy, something young and growing. Perhaps these children would bring to the poor abandoned forest a little new life. When the children had rested and eaten their luncheon, they seized hoes and spades and began to work. The foresters showed them what to do. They set out shrub after shrub on every clear spot of earth they could find. As they worked, they talked quite knowingly among themselves of how the little shrubs they were planting would bind the soil so that it could not get away, and of how new soil would form under the trees. By and by seeds would drop, and in a few years they would be picking both strawberries and raspberries where now there were only bare rocks. The little shrubs which they were planting would gradually become tall trees. Perhaps big houses and great splendid ships would be built from them. If the children had not come here and planted while there was still a little soil in the clefts, all the earth would have been carried away by wind and water, and the mountain could never more have been clothed in green. "It was well that we came," said the children. "We were just in the nick of time." They felt very important. While they were working on the mountain, their parents were at home. By and by they began to wonder how the children were getting along. Of course, it was only a joke about their planting a forest, but it might be amusing to see what they were trying to do. So presently both fathers and mothers were on their way to the forest. When they came to the outlying stock farms they met some of their neighbours. "Are you going to the fire swept mountain?" they asked. "That's where we're bound for." "To have a look at the children?" "Yes, to see what they're up to." "It's only play, of course." "It isn't likely that there will be many forest trees planted by the youngsters. We have brought the coffee pot along so that we can have something warm to drink, since we must stay there all day with only lunch basket provisions." So the parents of the children went on up the mountain. At first they thought only of how pretty it looked to see all the rosy cheeked little children scattered over the gray hills. Later they observed how the children were working, how some were setting out shrubs, while others were digging furrows and sowing seeds. Others again were pulling up heather to prevent it choking the young trees. They saw that the children took the work seriously and were so intent upon what they were doing that they scarcely had time to glance up. The fathers and mothers stood for a moment and looked on. Then they too began to pull up heather, just for the fun of it. The children were the instructors, for they were already trained, and had to show their elders what to do. Thus it happened that all the grown ups who had come to watch the children took part in the work. Then, of course, it became greater fun than before. By and by the children had even more help. Other implements were needed, so a couple of long legged boys were sent down to the village for spades and hoes. As they ran past the cabins, the stay at homes came out and asked: "What's wrong? Has there been an accident? No, indeed, but the whole parish is up on the fire swept mountain, planting a forest." "If the whole parish is there, we can't stay at home." So party after party of peasants went crowding to the top of the burnt mountain. They stood a moment and looked on. The temptation to join the workers was irresistible. It's a pleasure to sow one's own acres in the spring, and to think of the grain that will spring up from the earth. But this work is even more alluring, they thought. Not only slender blades would come from that sowing, but mighty trees with tall trunks and sturdy branches. It meant giving birth not merely to a summer's grain, but to many years' growth. It meant the awakening hum of insects, the song of the thrush, the play of grouse, and all kinds of life on the desolate mountain. Moreover, it was like raising a memorial for coming generations. They could have left a bare, treeless height as a heritage. Instead, they were to leave a glorious forest. Coming generations would know their forefathers had been a good and wise folk, and they would remember them with reverence and gratitude. End of On over Gästrikland. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 33 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. A day in Hälsingland. A large green leaf. Thursday, June 16th. The following day the boy travelled over Hälsingland. It spread beneath him with new, pale green shoots on the pine trees, new birch leaves in the groves, new green grass in the meadows, and sprouting grain in the fields. It was a mountainous country, but directly through it ran a broad, light valley, from either side of which branched other valleys, some short and narrow, some broad and long. "This land resembles a leaf," thought the boy, "for it's as green as a leaf, and the valleys subdivide it in about the same way as the veins of a leaf are foliated." The branch valleys, like the main one, were filled with lakes, rivers, farms, and villages. They snuggled, light and smiling, between the dark mountains, until they were gradually squeezed together by the hills. There they were so narrow that they could not hold more than a little brook. On the high land between the valleys there were pine forests which had no even ground to grow upon. There were mountains standing all about, and the forest covered the whole like a woolly hide stretched over a bony body. It was a picturesque country to look down upon, and the boy saw a good deal of it because the eagle was trying to find the old fiddler, Clement Larsson, and flew from ravine to ravine looking for him. A little later in the morning there was life and movement on every farm. The doors of the cattle sheds were thrown wide open and the cows were let out. They were prettily colored, small, supple, and sprightly, and so sure footed that they made the most comic leaps and bounds. After them came the calves and sheep, and it was plainly to be seen that they too were in the best of spirits. It grew livelier every moment in the farmyards. A couple of young girls with knapsacks on their backs walked among the cattle. A boy with a long switch kept the sheep together, and a little dog ran in and out among the cows, barking at the ones that tried to gore him. The farmer hitched the horse to a cart loaded with tubs of butter, boxes of cheese, and all kinds of eatables. The people laughed and chattered. They and the beasts were alike merry, as if looking forward to a day of real pleasure. A moment later all were on their way to the forest. One of the girls walked in the lead and coaxed the cattle with pretty, musical calls. The animals followed in a long line. The shepherd boy and the sheep dog ran hither and thither to see that no creature turned from the right course, and last came the farmer and his hired man. They walked beside the cart to prevent its being upset, for the road they followed was a narrow, stony forest path. It may have been the custom for all the peasants in Hälsingland to send their cattle into the forests on the same day, or perhaps it only happened so that year. At any rate, the boy saw how processions of happy people and cattle wandered out from every valley and every farm and rushed into the lonely forest, filling it with life. From the depths of the dense woods the boy heard the shepherd maidens' songs and the tinkle of the cowbells. Many of the processions had long and difficult roads to travel, and the boy saw how they tramped through marshes, how they had to take roundabout ways to get past windfalls, and how, time and again, the carts bumped against stones and turned over with all their contents. But the people met all the obstacles with jokes and laughter. In the afternoon they came to a cleared space where cattle sheds and a couple of rude cabins had been built. The cows mooed with delight as they tramped on the luscious green grass in the yards between the cabins, and at once began grazing. The peasants, with merry chatter and banter, carried water and wood and all that had been brought in the carts into the larger cabin. Presently smoke rose from the chimney, and then the dairymaids, the shepherd boy, and the men squatted upon a flat rock and ate their supper. Gorgo, the eagle, was certain that he should find Clement Larsson among those who were off for the forest. Whenever he saw a stock farm procession, he sank down and scrutinized it with his sharp eyes, but hour after hour passed without his finding the one he sought. After much circling around, toward evening they came to a stony and desolate tract east of the great main valley. There the boy saw another outlying stock farm under him. The people and the cattle had arrived, the men were splitting wood, and the dairymaids were milking the cows. "Look there!" said Gorgo. "I think we've got him." He sank, and to his great astonishment the boy saw that the eagle was right. There, indeed, stood little Clement Larsson, chopping wood. Gorgo alighted on a pine tree in the thick woods a little away from the house. "I have fulfilled my obligation," said the eagle, with a proud toss of his head. "Now you must try and have a word with the man. I'll perch here at the top of the thick pine and wait for you." The Animals' New Year's Eve. The day's work was done at the forest ranches. Supper was over, and the peasants sat about and chatted. It was a long time since they had been in the forest of a summer's night, and they seemed reluctant to go to bed and sleep. It was as light as day, and the dairymaids were busy with their needlework. Ever and anon they raised their heads, looked toward the forest, and smiled. "Now we are here again," they said. The town, with its unrest, faded from their minds, and the forest, with its peaceful stillness, enfolded them. When at home they had wondered how they should ever be able to endure the loneliness of the woods, but once there, they felt that they were having their best time. Many of the young girls and young men from neighbouring ranches had come to call upon them, so that there were quite a lot of folk seated on the grass before the cabins, but they did not find it easy to start conversation. The men were going home the next day, So the dairymaids gave them little commissions and bade them take greetings to their friends in the village. This was nearly all that had been said. Suddenly the eldest of the dairy girls looked up from her work and said laughingly: "There's no need for our sitting here so silent to night, for we have two story tellers with us. One is Clement Larsson, who sits beside me, and the other is Bernard from Sunnasjö, who stands back there gazing towards Black's Ridge. I think that we should ask each of them to tell us a story. To the one who entertains us the better, I shall give the muffler I'm knitting." This proposal won hearty applause. The two competitors offered lame excuses, naturally, but were quickly persuaded. Clement asked Bernard to begin, and he did not object. He knew little of Clement Larsson, but assured that he would come out with some story about ghosts and trolls. As he knew that people liked to listen to such things, he thought it best to choose something of the same sort. "Some centuries ago," he began, "a dean here in Delsbo township was riding through the dense forest of a New Year's Eve. He was on horseback, dressed in fur coat and cap. On the pommel of his saddle hung a satchel, in which he kept the communion service, the prayer book, and the clerical robe. He had been summoned to a parochial errand to a remote forest settlement, where he had talked with a sick person until late in the evening. Now he was on his way home, but feared that he should not get back to the rectory until after midnight. As he had to sit in the saddle when he should have been at home in his bed, he was glad it was not a rough night. The weather was mild, the air still, and the skies overcast. Behind the clouds hung a full round moon, which gave some light, although it was out of sight. But for that faint light it would have been impossible for him to distinguish paths from fields, for that was a snowless winter, and all things had the same grayish brown colour. The horse the dean rode was one he praised very highly. He was strong and sturdy and quite as wise as a human being. He could find his way home from any place in the township. The dean had observed this on several occasions, and he relied upon it with such a sense of security that he never troubled himself to think where he was going when he rode that horse. So he came along now in the gray night through the bewildering forest, with the reins dangling and his thoughts far away. He was thinking of the sermon he had to preach on the morrow, and of much else besides, and it was a long time before it occurred to him to notice how far along he was on his homeward way. When he did glance up, he saw that the forest was as dense about him as at the beginning, and he was somewhat surprised, for he had ridden so long that he should have come to the inhabited portion of the township. Delsbo was about the same then as now. The church and parsonage and all the large farms and villages were at the northern end of the township, while at the southern part there were only forests and mountains. The dean saw that he was still in the unpopulated district, and knew that he was in the southern part and must ride to the north to get home. There were no stars, nor was there a moon to guide him, but he was a man who had the four cardinal points in his head. He had the positive feeling that he was travelling southward or possibly eastward. He intended to turn the horse at once, but hesitated. The animal had never strayed, and did not seem likely that he would do so now. It was more likely that the dean was mistaken. He had been far away in thought and had not looked at the road. So he let the horse continue in the same direction, and again lost himself in his reverie. Suddenly a big branch struck him and almost swept him off the horse. Then he realized that he must find out where he was. He glanced down and saw that he was riding over a soft marsh, where there was no beaten path. The horse trotted along at a brisk pace and showed no uncertainty. Again the dean was positive that he was going in the wrong direction, and now he did not hesitate to interfere. He seized the reins and turned the horse about, guiding him back to the roadway. No sooner was he there than he turned again and made straight for the woods. The dean was certain that he was going wrong, but because the beast was so persistent, he thought that probably he was trying to find a better road, and let him go along. The horse did very well, although he had no path to follow. If a precipice obstructed his way, he climbed it as nimbly as a goat, and later, when they had to descend, he bunched his hoofs and slid down the rocky inclines. "May he only find his way home before church hour," thought the dean. "I wonder how the Delsbo folk would take it if I were not at my church on time." He did not have to brood over this long, for soon he came to a place that was familiar to him. It was a little creek where he had fished the summer before. Now he saw it was as he feared. He was in the depths of the forest, and the horse was plodding along in a southeasterly direction. He seemed determined to carry the dean as far from church and rectory as he could. The clergyman dismounted. He could not let the horse carry him into the wilderness. He must go home. And since the animal persisted in going in the wrong direction, he decided to walk and lead him until they came to more familiar roads. The dean wound the reins around his arm and began to walk. It was not an easy matter to tramp through the forest in a heavy fur coat, but the dean was strong and hardy, and had little fear of overexertion. The horse, meanwhile, caused him fresh anxiety. He would not follow, but planted his hoofs firmly on the ground. At last the dean was angry. He had never beaten that horse, nor did he wish to do so now. Instead, he threw down the reins and walked away. "We may as well part company here, since you want to go your own way," he said. He had not taken more than 2 steps before the horse came after him, took a cautious grip on his coat sleeve and stopped him. The dean turned and looked the horse straight in the eyes, as if to search out why he behaved so strangely. Afterwards the dean could not quite understand how this was possible, but it is certain that, dark as it was, he plainly saw the horse's face and read it like that of a human being. He realized that the animal was in a terrible state of apprehension and fear. He gave his master a look that was both imploring and reproachful. "I have served you day after day and done your bidding," he seemed to say. "Will you not follow me this one night?" The dean was touched by the appeal in the animal's eyes. It was clear that the horse needed his help to night, in one way or another. Being a man through and through, the dean promptly determined to follow him. Without further delay, he sprang into the saddle. "Go on," he said. "I will not desert you since you want me. No one shall say of the dean in Delsbo that he refused to accompany any creature who was in trouble." He let the horse go as he wished, and thought only of keeping his seat. It proved to be a hazardous and troublesome journey, uphill most of the way. The forest was so thick that he could not see 2 feet ahead, but it appeared to him that they were ascending a high mountain. The horse climbed perilous steeps. Had the dean been guiding, he should not have thought of riding over such ground. "Surely you don't intend to go up to Black's Ridge, do you?" laughed the dean, who knew that was one of the highest peaks in Hälsingland. During the ride he discovered that he and the horse were not the only ones who were out that night. He heard stones roll down and branches crackle, as if animals were breaking their way through the forest. He remembered that wolves were plentiful in that section, and wondered if the horse wished to lead him to an encounter with wild beasts. They mounted up and up, and the higher they went, the more scattered were the trees. At last they rode on almost bare highland, where the dean could look in every direction. He gazed out over immeasurable tracts of land, which went up and down in mountains and valleys covered with sombre forest. It was so dark that he had difficulty in seeing any orderly arrangement, but presently he could make out where he was. "Why, of course it's Black's Ridge that I've come to," he remarked to himself. "It can't be any other mountain, for there in the west I see Jarv Island, and to the east the sea glitters around Ag Island. Toward the north also I see something shiny. It must be Dellen. In the depths below me I see white smoke from Nian Falls. Yes, I'm up on Black's Ridge. What an adventure!" When they were at the summit, the horse stopped behind a thick pine, as if to hide. The dean bent forward and pushed aside the branches, that he might have an unobstructed view. The mountain's bald plate confronted him. It was not empty and desolate, as he had anticipated. In the middle of the open space was an immense boulder around which many wild beasts had gathered. Apparently they were holding a conclave of some sort. Near to the big rock he saw bears, so firmly and heavily built that they seemed like fur clad blocks of stone. They were lying down, and their little eyes blinked impatiently. It was obvious that they had come from their winter sleep to attend court, and that they could hardly keep awake. Behind them, in tight rows, were hundreds of wolves. They were not sleepy, for wolves are more alert in winter than in summer. They sat upon their haunches like dogs, whipping the ground with their tails and panting, their tongues lolling far out of their jaws. Behind the wolves the lynx skulked, stiff-legged and clumsy, like misshapen cats. They were loath to be among the other beasts, and hissed and spat when one came near them. The row back of the lynx was occupied by the wolverines, with dog faces and bear coats. They were not happy on the ground, and they stamped their pads impatiently, longing to get into the trees. Behind them, covering the entire space of the forest border, leaped the foxes, the weasels, and the martens. These were small and perfectly formed, but they looked even more savage and bloodthirsty than the larger beasts. All this the dean plainly saw, for the whole place was illuminated. Upon the huge rock at the centre was the wood nymph, who held in her hand a pine torch, which burned in a big red flame. The nymph was as tall as the tallest tree in the forest. She wore a spruce brush mantle and had spruce cone hair. She stood very still, her face turned toward the forest. She was watching and listening. The dean saw everything as plain could be, but his astonishment was so great that he tried to combat it, and would not believe the evidence of his own eyes. "Such things cannot possibly happen," he thought. "I have ridden much too long in the bleak forest. This is only an optical illusion." Nevertheless, he gave the closest attention to the spectacle, and wondered what was about to be done. He hadn't long to wait before he caught the sound of a familiar bell, coming from the depths of the forest, and the next moment he heard footfalls and crackling of branches, as when many animals break through the forest. A big herd of cattle was climbing the mountain. They came through the forest in order in which they had marched to the mountain ranges. First came the bell cow, followed by the bull, then the other cows and the calves. The sheep, closely herded, followed. After them came the goats, and last were the horses and colts. The sheep dog trotted along beside the sheep, but neither shepherd nor shepherdess attended them. The dean thought it heart rending to see the tame animals coming straight toward the wild beasts. He would gladly have blocked their way and called "Halt!" but he understood that it was not within human power to stop the march of the cattle on this night. Therefore he made no move. The domestic animals were in a state of torment over that which they had to face. If it happened to be the bell cow's turn, she advanced with drooping head and faltering step. The goats had no desire either to play or to butt. The horses tried to bear up bravely, but their bodies were all of a quiver with fright. The most pathetic of all was the sheep dog. He kept his tail between his legs and crawled on the ground. The bell cow led the procession all the way up to the wood nymph, who stood on the boulder at the top of the mountain. The cow walked around the rock and then turned toward the forest without any of the wild beasts touching her. In the same way all the cattle walked unmolested past the wild beasts. As the creatures filed past, the dean saw the wood nymph lower her pine torch over one and another of them. Every time this occurred, the beasts of prey broke into loud, exultant roars, particularly when it was lowered over a cow or some other large creature. The animal that saw the torch turning toward it uttered a piercing shriek, as if it had received a knife thrust in its flesh, while the entire herd to which it belonged bellowed their lamentations. Then the dean began to comprehend the meaning of what he saw. Surely he had heard that the animals in Delsbo assembled on Black's Ridge every New Year's Eve, that the wood nymph might mark out which among the tame beasts would that year be prey for the wild beasts. The dean pitied the poor creatures that were at the mercy of savage beasts, when in reality they should have no master but man. The leading herd had only just left when another bell tinkled, and the cattle from another farm tramped to the mountain top. These came in the same order as the first, and marched past the wood nymph, who stood there stern and solemn, indicating animal after animal for death. Herd upon herd followed, without a break in the line of procession. Some were so small that they included only one cow and a few sheep. Others consisted of only a pair of goats. It was apparent that these were from very humble homes, but they, too, were compelled to pass in review. The dean thought of the Delsbo farmers who had so much love for their beasts. Did they but know of it, surely they would not allow a repetition of this, he thought. They would risk their own lives rather than let their cattle wander amongst bears and wolves to be doomed by the wood nymph. The last herd to appear was the one from the rectory farm. The dean heard the sound of the familiar bell a long way off. The horse, too, must have heard it, for he began to shake in every limb and was bathed in sweat. "So it is your turn now to pass before the wood nymph to receive your sentence," the dean said to the horse. "Don't be afraid. Now I know why you brought me here.
and I shall not leave you." The fine cattle from the parsonage farm emerged from the forest and marched to the wood nymph and the wild beasts. Last in the line was the horse that had brought his master to Black's Ridge. The dean did not leave the saddle, but let the animal take him to the wood nymph. He had neither knife nor gun for his defence, but he had taken out the prayer book and sat pressing it to his heart as he exposed himself to battle against evil. At first it appeared as if none had observed him. The dean's cattle filed past the wood nymph in the same order as the others had done. She did not wave the torch toward any of these, but as soon as the intelligent horse stepped forward, she made a movement to mark him for death. Instantly the dean held up the prayer book and the torchlight fell upon the cross on its cover. The wood nymph uttered a loud, shrill cry and let the torch drop from her hand. Immediately the flame was extinguished. In the sudden transition from light to darkness, the dean saw nothing, nor did he hear anything. About him reigned the profound stillness of a wilderness in winter. Then the dark clouds parted, and through the opening stepped the full round moon to shed its light upon the ground. The dean saw that he and the horse were alone on the summit of Black's Ridge. Not one of the many wild beasts was there. The ground had not been trampled by the herds that had passed over it. But the dean himself sat with his prayer book before him, while the horse under him stood trembling and foaming. By the time the dean reached home, he no longer knew whether or not it had been a dream, a vision, or reality, this that he had seen. But he took it as a warning to him to remember the poor creatures who were at the mercy of wild beasts. He preached so powerfully to the Delsbo peasants that in his day all the wolves and bears were exterminated from that section of the country, although they may have returned since his time. Here Bernhard ended his story. He received praise from all sides and it seemed to be a foregone conclusion that he would get the prize. The majority thought it almost a pity that Clement had to compete with him. But Clement, undaunted, began: "One day, while I was living at Skansen, just outside of Stockholm, and longing for home." Then he told about the tiny midget he had ransomed, so that he would not have to be confined in a cage, to be stared at by all the people. He told also that no sooner had he performed this act of mercy than he was rewarded for it. He talked and talked, and the astonishment of his hearers grew greater and greater. But when he came to the royal lackey and the beautiful book, all the dairymaids dropped their needlework and sat staring at Clement in open eyed wonder at his marvellous experiences. As soon as Clement had finished, the eldest of the dairymaids announced that he should have the muffler. "Bernhard related only things that happened to another, but Clement has himself been the hero of a true story, which I consider far more important." In this all concurred. They regarded Clement with very different eyes after hearing that he had talked with the king, and the little fiddler was afraid to show how proud he felt. But at the very height of his elation, some one asked him what had become of the midget. "I had no time to set out the blue bowl for him myself," said Clement, "so I asked the old Laplander to do it. What has become of him since then I don't know." No sooner had he spoken than a little pine cone came along and struck him on the nose. It did not drop from a tree, and none of the peasants had thrown it. It was simply impossible to tell whence it had come. "Aha, Clement," winked the dairymaid. "It appears as if the tiny folk were listening to us."
You should not have left it to another to set out that blue bowl. End of a day in Hälsingland. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 34 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. In Medelpad. Friday, June 17th. The boy and the eagle were out bright and early the next morning. Gorgo hoped that he would get far up into West Bothnia that day. As luck would have it, he heard the boy remark to himself that in a country like the one through which they were now travelling, it must be impossible for people to live. The land which spread below them was southern Medelpad. When the eagle heard the boy's remark, he replied: "Up here they have forests for fields." The boy thought of the contrast between the light, golden rye fields, with their delicate blades that spring up in one summer, and the dark spruce forest, with its solid trees, which took many years to ripen for harvest. "One who has to get his livelihood from such a field must have a deal of patience," he observed. Nothing more was said until they came to a place where the forest had been cleared, and the ground was covered with stumps and lopped off branches. As they flew over this ground, the eagle heard the boy mutter to himself that it was a mighty ugly and poverty stricken place. "This field was cleared last winter," said the eagle. The boy thought of the harvesters at home, who rode on their reaping machines on fine summer mornings, and in a short time moved a large field. But the forest field was harvested in winter. The lumbermen went out in the wilderness when the snow was deep and the cold most severe. It was a tedious work to fell even one tree, and to hew down a forest such as this they must have been out in the open many weeks. "They have to be hardy men to mow a field of this kind," he said. When the eagle had taken two more wing strokes, they sighted a log cabin at the edge of the clearing. It had no windows and only two loose boards for a door. The roof had been covered with bark and twigs, but now it was gaping, and the boy could see that inside the cabin there were only a few big stones to serve as a fireplace, and two board benches. When they were above the cabin, the eagle suspected that the boy was wondering who could have lived in such a wretched hut as that. "The reapers who mowed the forest field lived there," the eagle said. The boy remembered how the reapers in his home had returned from their day's work cheerful and happy, and how the best his mother had in the larder was always spread for them, while here, at the arduous work of the day, they must rest on hard benches in a cabin that was worse than an outhouse. And what they had to eat he could not imagine. "I wonder if there are any harvest festivals for these labourers?" he questioned. A little farther on they saw below them a wretchedly bad road winding through the forest. It was narrow and zigzag, hilly and stony, and cut up by brooks in many places. As they flew over it, the eagle knew that the boy was wondering what was carted over a road like that. "Over this road the harvest was conveyed to the stack," the eagle said. The boy recalled what fun they had at home when the harvest wagons, drawn by two sturdy horses, carried the grain from the field. The man who drove sat proudly on top of the load, the horses danced and pricked up their ears, while the village children, who were allowed to climb upon the sheaves, sat there laughing and shrieking, half pleased, half frightened. But here the great logs were drawn up and down steep hills; here the poor horses must be worked to their limit, and the driver must often be in peril. "I'm afraid there has been very little cheer along this road," the boy observed. The eagle flew on with powerful wing strokes, and soon they came to a river bank covered with logs, chips, and bark. The eagle perceived that the boy wondered why it looked so littered up down there. "Here the harvest has been stacked," the eagle told him. The boy thought of how the grain stacks in his part of the country were piled up close to the farms, as if they were their greatest ornaments, while here the harvest was borne to a desolate river strand and left there. "I wonder if anyone out in this wilderness counts his stacks and compares them with his neighbours'," he said. A little later they came to Ljungen, a river which glides through a broad valley. Immediately everything was so changed that they might well think they had come to another country. The dark spruce forest had stopped on the inclines above the valley, and the slopes were clad in light stemmed birches and aspens. The valley was so broad that in many places the river widened into lakes. Along the shores lay a large, flourishing town. As they soared above the valley, the eagle realized that the boy was wondering if the fields and meadows here could provide a livelihood for so many people. "Here live the reapers who mow the forest fields," the eagle said. The boy was thinking of the lowly cabins and the hedged in farms down in Skåne when he explained: "Why, here the peasants live in real manors. It looks as if it might be worth one's while to work in the forest." The eagle had intended to travel straight north, but when he had flown out over the river, he understood that the boy wondered who handled the timber after it was stacked on the river bank. The boy recollected how careful they had been at home never to let a grain be wasted, while here were great rafts of logs floating down the river, uncared for. He could not believe that more than half of the logs ever reached their destination. Many were floating in mid stream, and for them all went smoothly; others moved close to the shore, bumping against points of land, and some were left behind in the still waters of the creeks. On the lakes there were so many logs that they covered the entire surface of the water. These appeared to be lodged for an indefinite period. At the bridges they stuck, in the falls they were bunched, then they were pyramided and broken in two. Afterward, in the rapids, they were blocked by the stones and massed into great heaps. "I wonder how long it takes for the logs to get to the mill," said the boy. The eagle continued his slow flight down River Ljungen. Over many places he paused in the air on outspread wings, that the boy might see how this kind of harvest work was done. Presently they came to a place where the loggers were at work. The eagle marked that the boy wondered what they were doing. "They are the ones who take care of all the belated harvest," the eagle said. The boy remembered the perfect ease with which his people at home had driven their grain to the mill. Here the men ran alongside the shores with long boat hooks, and with toil and effort urged the logs along. They waded out into the river and were soaked from top to toe. They jumped from stone to stone far out into the rapids, and they tramped on the rolling log heaps as calmly as though they were on flat ground. They were daring and resolute men. As I watch this, I am reminded of the iron moulders in the mining districts, who juggle with fire as if it were perfectly harmless," remarked the boy. "These loggers play with water as if they were its masters. They seem to have subjugated it so that it dare not harm them." Gradually they neared the mouth of the river, and Bothnia Bay was beyond them. Gorgo flew no farther straight ahead, but went northward along the coast. Before they had travelled very far, they saw a lumber camp as large as a small city. While the eagle circled back and forth above it, he heard the boy remark that this place looked interesting. "Here you have the great lumber camp called Svartvik," the eagle said. The boy thought of the mill at home, which stood peacefully embedded in foliage and moved its wings very slowly. This mill, where they grind the forest harvest, stood on the water. The mill pond was crowded with logs. One by one the helpers seized them with their cant hooks, crowded them into the chutes, and hurried them along to the whirling saws. What happened to the logs inside the boy could not see, but he heard loud buzzing and roaring, and from the other end of the house small cars ran out, loaded with white planks. The cars ran on shining tracks down to the lumber yard, where the planks were piled in rows, forming streets like blocks of houses in a city. In one place they were building new piles, in another they were pulling down old ones. These were carried aboard two large vessels, which lay waiting for cargo. The place was alive with workmen, and in the woods back of the yard they had their homes. "They'll soon manage to saw up all the forests in Medelpad the way they work here," said the boy. The eagle moved his wings just a little, and carried the boy above another large camp, very much like the first, with a mill, yard, wharf, and the homes of the workmen. "This is called Kukikenborg," the eagle said. He flapped his wings slowly, flew past two big lumber camps, and approached a large city. When the eagle heard the boy ask the name of it, he cried: "This is Sundsvall, the manor of the lumber districts." The boy remembered the cities of Skåne, which looked so old and gray and solemn, while here in the bleak north the city of Sundsvall faced a beautiful bay, and looked young and happy and beaming. There was something odd about the city when one saw it from above, for in the middle stood a cluster of tall stone structures, which looked so imposing that their match was hardly to be found in Stockholm. Around the stone buildings there was a large open space; then came a wreath of frame houses, which looked pretty and cozy in their little gardens, but they seemed to be conscious of the fact that they were very much poorer than the stone houses, and dared not venture into their neighbourhood. "This must both be a wealthy and powerful city," remarked the boy. "Can it be possible that the poor forest soil is the source of all this?" The eagle flapped his wings again, and went over to Aln Island, which lies opposite Sundsvall. The boy was greatly surprised to see all the sawmills that decked the shores. On Aln Island they stood, one next another, and on the mainland opposite were mill upon mill, lumber yard upon lumber yard. He counted 40 at least, but believed there were many more. "How wonderful it all looks from up here!" he marvelled. "So much life and activity I have not seen in any place save this on the whole trip. It is a great country that we have. Wherever I go there is always something new for people to live upon." End of In Medelpad, read by Lars Rolander. Section 35 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. A morning in Ångermanland. The bread. Saturday, June 18th. Next morning, when the eagle had flown some distance into Ångermanland, He remarked that today he was the one who was hungry and must find something to eat. He set the boy down in an enormous pine on a high mountain ridge, and away he flew. The boy found a comfortable seat in a cleft branch from which he could look down over Ångermanland. It was a glorious morning. The sunshine gilded the tree tops, a soft breeze played in the pine needles, the sweetest fragrance was wafted through the forest. A beautiful landscape spread before him, and the boy himself was happy and carefree. He felt that no one could be better off. He had a perfect outlook in every direction. The country west of him was all peaks and tableland, and the farther away they were, the higher and wilder they looked. To the east there were also many peaks, but these sank lower and lower toward the sea, where the land became perfectly flat. Everywhere he saw shining rivers and brooks, which were having a troublesome journey with rapids and falls so long as they ran between mountains, but spread out clear and broad as they neared the shore of the coast. Bothnia Bay was dotted with islands and notched with points, but farther out was open blue water, like a summer sky. When the boy had had enough of the landscape, he unloosened his knapsack, took out a morsel of fine white bread, and began to eat. "I don't think I've ever tasted such a good bread," said he. "And how much I have left! There's enough to last me for a couple of days." As he munched, he thought of how he had come by the bread. "It must be because I got it in such a nice way that it tastes so good to me," he said. The golden eagle had left Medelpad the evening before. He had hardly crossed the border into Ångermanland when the boy caught a glimpse of a fertile valley and a river, which surpassed anything of the kind he had seen before. As the boy glanced down at the rich valley, he complained of feeling hungry. He had had no food for 2 whole days, he said, and now he was famished. Gorgo did not wish to have it said that the boy had fared worse in his company than when he travelled with the wild geese, so he slackened his speed. "Why haven't you spoken of this before?" he asked. "You should have all the food you want. There's no need of your starving when you have an eagle for a travelling companion." Just then the eagle sighted a farmer who was sowing a field near the river strand. The man carried the seeds in a basket suspended from his neck, and each time that it was emptied he refilled it from a seed sack which stood at the end of the furrow. The eagle reasoned it out that the sack must be filled with the best food that the boy could wish for, so he darted toward it. But before the bird could get there, a terrible clamour arose about him. Sparrows, crows, and swallows came rushing up with wild shrieks, thinking that the eagle meant to swoop down upon some bird. "Away, away, robber! Away, away, bird killer!" they cried. They made such a racket that it attracted the farmer, who came running, so that the Gorgo had to flee and the boy got no seed. The small birds behaved in the most extraordinary manner. Not only did they force the eagle to flee, they pursued him a long distance down the valley, and everywhere the people heard their cries. Women came out and clapped their hands so that it sounded like a volley of musketry, and men rushed out with rifles. The same thing was repeated every time the eagle swept toward the ground. The boy abandoned the hope that the eagle could procure any food for him. It had never occurred to him before that Gorgo was so much hated. He almost pitied him. In a little while they came to a homestead where the housewife had just been baking. She had set a platter of sugared buns in the back yard to cool, and was standing beside it, watching, so that the cat and dog should not steal the buns. The eagle circled down to the yard, but dared not alight right under the eyes of the peasant woman. He flew up and down, irresolute. Twice he came down as far as the chimney, then rose again. The peasant woman noticed the eagle. She raised her head and followed him with her glance. "How peculiarly he acts," she remarked. "I believe he wants one of my buns." She was a beautiful woman, tall and fair, with a cheery, open countenance. Laughing heartily, she took a bun from the platter and held it above her head. "If you want it, come and take it," she challenged. While the eagle did not understand her language, he knew at once that she was offering him the bun. With lightning speed he swooped to the bread, snatched it, and flew toward the heights. When the boy saw the eagle snatch the bread, he wept for joy, not because he would escape suffering hunger for a few days, but because he was touched by the peasant woman's sharing her bread with a savage bird of prey. Where he now sat on the pine branch, he could recall at will the tall, fair woman as she stood in the yard and held up the bread. She must have known that the large bird was a golden eagle, a plunderer, who was usually welcomed with loud shots. Doubtless she had also seen the queer changeling he bore on his back. But she had not thought of what they were. As soon as she understood that they were hungry, she shared her good bread with them. "If I ever become human again," thought the boy, "I shall look up the pretty woman who lives near the great river, and thank her for her kindness to us." THE FOREST FIRE. While the boy was still at his breakfast, he smelled a faint odour of smoke, coming from the north. He turned and saw a tiny spiral, white as a mist, rise from a forest ridge not from the one nearest him, but from the one beyond it. It looked strange to see smoke in the wild forest, but it might be that a mountain stock farm lay over yonder, and the women were boiling their morning coffee. It was remarkable the way that smoke increased and spread. It could not come from a ranch, but perhaps there were charcoal kilns in the forest. The smoke increased every moment. Now it curled over the whole mountain top. It was not possible that so much smoke could come from a charcoal kiln. There must be a conflagration of some sort, for many birds flew over to the nearest ridge hawks, grouse, and other birds, who were so small that it was impossible to recognize them at such distance, fled from the fire. The tiny white spiral of smoke grew to a thick white cloud which rolled over the edge of the ridge and sank toward the valley. Sparks and flakes of soot shot up from the clouds, and here and there one could see a red flame in the smoke. A big fire was raging over there, but what was burning? Surely there was no large farm hidden in the forest. The source of such a fire must be more than a farm. Now the smoke came not only from the ridge, but from the valley below it, which the boy could not see, because the next ridge obstructed his view. Great clouds of smoke ascended. The forest itself was burning. It was difficult for him to grasp the idea that the fresh, green pines could burn. If it really were the forest that was burning, perhaps the fire might spread all the way over to him. It seemed improbable, but he wished the eagle would soon return. It would be best to be away from this. The mere smell of the smoke, which he drew in with every breath, was a torture. All at once he heard a terrible crackling and sputtering. It came from the ridge nearest him. There, on the highest point, stood a tall pine like the one in which he sat. A moment before it had been a gorgeous red in the morning light. Now all the needles flashed and the pine caught fire. Never before had it looked so beautiful. But this was the last time it could exhibit any beauty, for the pine was the first tree on the ridge to burn. It was impossible to tell how the flame had reached it. Had the fire flown on red wings, or crawled along the ground like a snake? It was not easy to say, but there it was at all events. The great pine burned like a birch stem. Ah, look! Now smoke curled up in many places on the ridge. The forest fire was both bird and snake. It could fly in the air over wide stretches, or steal along the ground. The whole ridge was ablaze. There was a hasty flight of birds that circled up through the smoke like big flakes of soot. They flew across the valley and came to the ridge where the boy sat. A horned owl perched beside him, and on a branch just above him a hen hawk alighted. These would have been dangerous neighbours at any other time, but now they did not even glance in his direction, only stared at the fire. Probably they could not make out what was wrong with the forest. A marten ran up the pine to the tip of a branch and looked at the burning heights. Close beside the marten sat a squirrel, but they did not appear to notice each other. Now the fire came rushing down the slope, hissing and roaring like a tornado. Through the smoke one could see the flames dart from tree to tree. Before a branch caught fire, it was first enveloped in a thin veil of smoke. Then all the needles grew red at one time, and it began to crackle and blaze. In the glen below ran a little brook, bordered by elms and small birches. It appeared as if the flames would halt there. Leafy trees are not so ready to take fire as fir trees. The fire did pause, as if before a gate that could stop it. It glowed and crackled and tried to leap across the brook to the pine woods on the other side, but could not reach them. For a short time the fire was thus restrained. Then it shot a long flame over to the large dry pine that stood on the slope, and this was soon ablaze. The fire had crossed the brook. The heat was so intense that every tree on the mountain was ready to burn. With the roar and rush of the maddest storm and the wildest torrent, the forest fire flew over to the ridge. Then the hawk and the owl rose, and the marten dashed down the tree. In a few seconds more the fire would reach the top of the pine, and the boy, too, would have to be moving. It was not easy to slide down the long, straight pine trunk. He took as firm a hold of it as he could, and slid in long stretches between the knotty branches. Finally he tumbled headlong to the ground. He had no time to find out if he was hurt, only to hurry away. The fire raced down the pine like a raging tempest. The ground under his feet was hot and smouldering. On either side of him ran a lynx and an adder, and right beside the snake fluttered a mother grouse, who was hurrying along with her little downy chicks. When the refugees descended the mountain to the glen, they met people fighting the fire. They had been there for some time, but the boy had been gazing so intently in the direction of the fire that he had not noticed them before. In this glen there was a brook, bordered by a row of leaf trees, and back of these trees the people worked. They felled the fir trees nearest the elms, dipped water from the brook and poured it over the ground, washing away heather and myrtle to prevent the fire from stealing up to the birch brush. They, too, thought only of the fire which was now rushing toward them. The fleeing animals ran in and out among the men's feet without attracting attention. No one struck at the adder or tried to catch the mother grouse as she ran back and forth with her little peeping birdlings. They did not even bother about Thumbietot. In their hands they held great charred pine branches which had dropped into the brook, and it appeared as if they intended to challenge the fire with these weapons. There were not many men, and it was strange to see them stand there ready to fight when all other living creatures were fleeing. As the fire came roaring and rushing down the slope, with its intolerable heat and suffocating smoke, ready to hurl itself over brook and leaf tree wall in order to reach the opposite shore, without having to pause, The people drew back at first, as if unable to withstand it, but they did not flee far before they turned back. The conflagration raged with savage force. Sparks poured like a rain of fire over the leaf trees, and long tongues of flame shot hissingly out from the smoke, as if the forest on the other side were sucking them in. But the leaf tree wall was an obstruction behind which the men worked. When the ground began to smoulder, they brought water in their vessels and dampened it. When the tree became wreathed in smoke, they felled it at once, threw it down and put out the flames. Where the fire crept along the heather, they beat it with the wet pine branches and smothered it. The smoke was so dense that it enveloped everything. One could not possibly see how the battle was going, but it was easy enough to understand that it was a hard fight, and that several times the fire came near penetrating farther. But think! After a while the loud roar of the flames decreased, and the smoke cleared. By that time the leaf trees had lost all their foliage. The ground under them was charred. The faces of the men were blackened by smoke and dripping with sweat. But the forest fire was conquered. It had ceased to flame up. Soft, white smoke crept along the ground, and from it peeped out a lot of black stumps. This was all there was left of the beautiful forest. The boy scrambled up on a rock, so that he might see how the fire had been quenched. But now that the forest was saved, his peril began. The owl and the hawk simultaneously turned their eyes toward him. Just then he heard a familiar voice calling to him. Gorgo, the golden eagle, came sweeping through the forest, and soon the boy was soaring among the clouds, rescued from every peril. End of A Morning in Ångermanland. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 36 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. West Bottom and Lapland. The Five Scouts. Once at Skansen the boy had sat under the steps at Bollnäs cottage, and had overheard Clement Larsson and the old Laplander talk about Norrland. Both agreed that it was the most beautiful part of Sweden. Clement thought that the southern part was the best, while the Laplander favoured the northern part. As they argued, it became plain that Clement had never been farther north than Härnösand. The Laplander laughed at him for speaking with such assurance of places that he had never seen.
I think I shall have to tell you a story, Clement, to give you some idea of Lapland, since you have not seen it," volunteered the Laplander.
"It shall not be said of me that I refuse to listen to a story," retorted Clement, and the old Laplander began.
"It once happened that the birds who live down in Sweden, south of the great Sameland, thought that they were overcrowded there and suggested moving northward. They came together to consider the matter. The young and eager birds wished to start at once, but the older and wiser ones passed a resolution to send scouts to explore the new country. 'Let each of the five great bird families send out a scout,' said the old wise birds, 'to learn if there is room for us all up there, food and hiding places.' Five intelligent and capable birds were immediately appointed by the five great bird families. The forest birds selected a grouse, the field birds a lark, the sea birds a gull, the fresh water birds a loon, and the cliff birds a snow sparrow.
When the five chosen ones were ready to start, the grouse, who was the largest and most commanding, said: "There are great stretches of land ahead. If we travel together, it will be long before we cover all the territory that we must explore. If, on the other hand, we travel singly, each one exploring his special portion of the country, the whole business can be accomplished in a few days." The other scouts thought the suggestion a good one and agreed to act upon it. It was decided that the grouse should explore the midlands, the lark was to travel to the eastward, the seagull still farther east, where the land bordered on the sea, while the loon should fly over the territory west of the midlands, and the snow sparrow to the extreme west. In accordance with this plan, the five birds flew over the whole Northland. Then they turned back and told the assembly of birds what they had discovered. The gull, who had travelled along the sea coast, spoke first. "The North is a fine country," he said. "The sounds are full of fish, and there are points and islands without number. Most of these are uninhabited, and the birds will find plenty of room there. The humans do a little fishing and sailing in the sounds, but not enough to disturb the birds. If the sea birds follow my advice, they will move north immediately." When the gull had finished, the lark, who had explored the land back from the coast, spoke. "I don't know what the gull means by his islands and points," said the lark. "I have travelled only over great fields and flowery meadows. I have never before seen a country crossed by some large streams. Their shores are dotted with homesteads, and at the mouth of the rivers are cities. But for the most part the country is very desolate. If the field birds follow my advice, they will move north immediately." After the lark came the grouse, who had flown over the midlands. "I know neither what the lark means with his meadows, nor the gull with his islands and points," said he. "I have seen only pine forests on this whole trip. There are also many rushing streams and great stretches of moss grown swamp land, but all that is not river or swamp is forest. If the forest birds follow my advice, they will move north immediately." After the grouse came the loon, who had explored the borderland to the west. "I don't know what the grouse means by his forests, nor do I know where the eyes of the lark and the gull could have been," remarked the loon. "There's hardly any land up there, only big lakes. Between beautiful shores glisten clear blue mountain lakes, which pour into roaring waterfalls. If the fresh water birds follow my advice, they will move north immediately." The last speaker was the snow sparrow, who had flown along the western boundary. "I don't know what the loon means by his lakes, nor do I know what countries the grouse, the lark, and the gull can have seen," he said. "I found one vast mountainous region up north. I didn't run across any fields or any pine forests, but peak after peak and highlands. I have seen ice fields and snow, and mountain brooks with water as white as milk. No farmers, no cattle, no homesteads have I seen, but only Lapps and reindeer and huts meet my eyes. If the cliff birds follow my advice, they will move north immediately." When the five scouts had presented their reports to the assembly, they began to call one another liars, and were ready to fly at each other to prove the truth of their arguments. But the old and wise birds who had sent them out listened to their accounts with joy, and calmed their fighting propensities.
"You mustn't quarrel among yourselves," they said. "We understand from your reports that up north there are large mountain tracts, a big lake region, great forest lands, a wide plain, and a big group of islands. This is more than we have expected, more than many a mighty kingdom can boast within its borders."
The Moving Landscape Saturday, June 18th. The boy had been reminded of the old Laplander's story because he himself was now travelling over the country of which he had spoken. The eagle told him that the expanse of coast which spread beneath them was Westbottom, and that the blue ridges far to the west were in Lapland. Only to be once more seated comfortably on Gorgo's back after all that he had suffered during the forest fire was a pleasure. Besides, they were having a fine trip. The flight was so easy that at times it seemed as if they were standing still in the air. The eagle beat and beat his wings, without appearing to move from the spot. On the other hand, everything under them seemed in motion. The whole earth and all things on it moved slowly southward. The forests, the fields, the fences, the rivers, the cities, the islands, the sawmills, all were on the march. The boy wondered whither they were bound. Had they grown tired of standing so far north and wished to move toward the south? Amid all the objects in motion, there was only one that stood still. That was a railway train. It stood directly under them, for it was with the train as with Gorgo it could not move from the spot. The locomotive sent forth smoke and sparks. The clatter of the wheels could be heard all the way up to the boy, but the train did not seem to move. The forests rushed by, the flag station rushed by, fences and telegraph poles rushed by, but the train stood still. A broad river with a long bridge came toward it, but the river and the bridge glided along under the train with perfect ease. Finally a railway station appeared. The station master stood on the platform with his red flag, and moved slowly toward the train. When he waved his little flag, the locomotive belched even darker smoke curls than before, and whistled mournfully because it had to stand still. All of a sudden it began to move toward the south like everything else. The boy saw all the coach doors open and the passengers step out, while both cars and people were moving southward. He glanced away from the earth and tried to look straight ahead. Staring at the queer railway train had made him dizzy, but after he had gazed for a moment at a little white cloud, he was tired of that and looked down again, thinking all the while that the eagle and himself were quite still, and that everything else was travelling on south. Fancy! Suppose the grain field just then running along under him, which must have been newly sown, for he had seen a green blade on it, were to travel all the way down to Skåne, where the rye was in full bloom at this season. Up here the pine forests were different. The trees were bare, the branches short, and the needles were almost black. Many trees were bald at the top and looked sickly. If a forest like that were to journey down to Kolmården and see a real forest, how inferior it would feel! The gardens which he now saw had some pretty bushes, but no fruit trees or lindens or chestnut trees, only mountain ash and birch. There were some vegetable beds, but they were not as yet hoed or planted. If such an apology for a garden were to come trailing into Sörmland, the province of gardens, wouldn't it think itself a poor wilderness by comparison? Imagine an immense plain like the one now gliding beneath him, coming under the very eyes of the poor Småland peasants. They would hurry away from their meagre garden plots and stony fields to begin ploughing and sowing. There was one thing, however, of which this Northland had more than other lands, and that was light. Night must have set in, for the cranes stood sleeping on the morass, but it was as light as day. The sun had not travelled southward like every other thing. Instead, it had gone so far north that it shone in the boy's face. To all appearance, it had no notion of setting that night. If this light and this sun were only shining on West Vemmenhög, it would suit the boy's father and mother to a dot to have a working day that lasted 24 hours. Sunday, June 19th. The boy raised his head and looked around perfectly bewildered. It was mighty queer. Here he lay sleeping in some place where he had not been before. No, he had never seen this glen, nor the mountains round about, and never had he noticed such puny and shrunken birches as those under which he now lay. Where was the eagle? The boy could see no sign of him. Gorgo must have deserted him. Well, here was another adventure. The boy lay down again, closed his eyes, and tried to recall the circumstances under which he had dropped to sleep. He remembered that as long as he was travelling over Westbottom, he had fancied that the eagle and he were at a standstill in the air, and that the land under them was moving southward. As the eagle turned northwest, the wind had come from that side, and again he had felt a current of air, so that the land below had stopped moving, and he had noticed that the eagle was bearing him onward with terrific speed. "Now we are flying into Lapland," Gorgo had said, and the boy had bent forward so that he might see the country of which he had heard so much. But he had felt rather disappointed at not seeing anything but great tracts of forest land and wide marshes. Forest followed marsh, and marsh followed forest. The monotony of the whole finally made him so sleepy that he had nearly dropped to the ground. He said to the eagle that he could not stay on his back another minute, but must sleep a while. Gorgo had promptly swooped to the ground, where the boy had dropped down on a moss tuft. Then Gorgo put a talon around him and soared into the air with him again. "Go to sleep, Thumbietot!" he cried. "The sunshine keeps me awake, and I want to continue the journey." Although the boy hung in this uncomfortable position, he actually dozed and dreamt. He dreamt that he was on a broad road in southern Sweden, hurrying along as fast as his little legs could carry him. He was not alone. Many wayfarers were tramping in the same direction. Close beside him marched grain filled rye blades, blossoming cornflowers, and yellow daisies. Heavily laden apple trees were puffing along, followed by vine covered beanstalks, big clusters of white daisies, and masses of berry bushes. Tall beeches and oaks and lindens strode leisurely in the middle of the road, their branches swaying, and they stepped aside for none. Between the boy's tiny feet darted the little flowers, wild strawberry blossoms, white anemones, clover, and forget me nots. At first he thought that only the vegetable family was on the march, but presently he saw that animals and people accompanied them. The insects were buzzing around advancing bushes, the fishes were swimming in moving ditches, the birds were singing in strolling trees. Both tame and wild beasts were racing, and amongst all this, people moved along, some with spades and scythes, others with axes, and others again with fishing nets. The procession marched with gladness and gaiety, and he did not wonder at that, when he saw who was leading it. It was nothing less than the sun itself, that rolled on like a great shining head with hair of many hued rays, and a countenance beaming with merriment and kindliness. "Forward, march!" it kept calling out. "None need feel anxious whilst I am here. Forward, march!" "I wonder where the Sun wants to take us to," remarked the boy. A rye blade that walked beside him heard him, and immediately answered: "He wants to take us up to Lapland to fight the Ice Witch." Presently the boy noticed that some of the travellers hesitated, slowed up, and finally stood quite still. He saw that the tall beech tree stopped, and that the roebuck and the wheat blade tarried by the wayside; likewise the blackberry bush, the little yellow buttercup, the chestnut tree, and the grouse. He glanced about him and tried to reason out why so many stopped. Then he discovered that they were no longer in southern Sweden. The march had been so rapid that they were already in Svealand. Up there the oak began to move more cautiously. It paused a while to consider, took a few faltering steps, then came to a standstill. "Why doesn't the oak come along?" asked the boy. "It's afraid of the Ice Witch," said a fair young birch that tripped along so boldly and cheerfully that it was joy to watch it. The crowd hurried on as before. In a short time they were in Norrland, and now it mattered not how much the Sun cried and coaxed. The apple tree stopped, the cherry tree stopped, the rye blade stopped. The boy turned to them and asked: "Why don't you come along? Why do you desert the Sun?" "We dare not. We're afraid of the Ice Witch, who lives in Lapland," they answered. The boy comprehended that they were far north, as the procession grew thinner and thinner. The rye blade, the barley, the wild strawberry, the blueberry bush, the pea stalk, the currant bush had come along as far as this. The elk and the domestic cow had been walking side by side, but now they stopped. The Sun, no doubt, would have been almost deserted if new followers had not happened along. Osier bushes and a lot of brushy vegetation joined the procession. Laps and reindeer, mountain owls and mountain fox and willow grouse followed. Then the boy heard something coming toward them. He saw great rivers and creeks sweeping along with terrible force. "Why are they in such a hurry?" he asked. "They are running away from the Ice Witch, who lives up in the mountains." All of a sudden the boy saw before him a high, dark, turreted wall. Instantly the Sun turned its beaming face toward this wall and flooded it with light. Then it became apparent that it was no wall, but the most glorious mountains, which loomed up one behind another. Their peaks were rose coloured in the sunlight, their slopes azure and gold tinted. "Onward! Onward!" urged the Sun as it climbed the steep cliffs. "There's no danger as long as I am with you." But half way up, the bold young birch deserted, also the sturdy pine and the persistent spruce, and there, too, the Laplander and the willow brush deserted. At last, when the Sun reached the top, there was no one but the little tot Nils Holgersson who had followed it. The Sun rolled into a cave, where the walls were bedecked with ice, and Nils Holgersson wanted to follow, but farther than the opening of the cave he dared not venture, for in there he saw something dreadful. Far back in the cave sat an old witch with an icy body, hair of icicles, and a mantle of snow. At her feet lay three black wolves, who rose and opened their jaws when the Sun approached. From the mouth of one came a piercing cold, from the second a blustering north wind, and from the third came impenetrable darkness. "That must be the Ice Witch and her tribe," thought the boy. He understood that now was the time for him to flee, but he was so curious to see the outcome of the meeting between the Sun and the Ice Witch that he tarried. The Ice Witch did not move, only turned her hideous face toward the Sun. This continued for a short time. It appeared to the boy that the witch was beginning to sigh and tremble. Her snow mantle fell, and the three ferocious wolves howled less savagely. Suddenly the Sun cried: "Now my time is up!" and rolled out of the cave. Then the Ice Witch let loose her three wolves. Instantly the north wind, cold and darkness rushed from the cave and began to chase the Sun. "Drive him out! Drive him back!" shrieked the Ice Witch. "Chase him so far that he can never come back! Teach him that Lapland is mine!" But Nils Holgersson felt so unhappy when he saw that the Sun was to be driven from Lapland that he awakened with a cry. When he recovered his senses, he found himself at the bottom of a ravine. But where was Gorgo? How was he to find out where he himself was? He arose and looked all around him. Then he happened to glance upward and saw a peculiar structure of pine twigs and branches that stood on a cliff ledge. "That must be one of those eagle nests that Gorgo—" But this was as far as he got. He tore off his cap, waved it in the air, and cheered. Now he understood where Gorgo had brought him. This was the very glen where the wild geese lived in summer, and just above it was the eagle's cliff. He had arrived! He would meet Morten Goosey Gander and Akka and all the other comrades in a few moments. Hurray! The meeting. All was still in the glen. The sun had not yet stepped above the cliffs, and Nils Holgersson knew that it was too early in the morning for the geese to be awake. The boy walked along leisurely and searched for his friends. Before he had gone very far, he paused with a smile, for he saw such a pretty sight. A wild goose was sleeping in a neat little nest, and beside her stood her goosey gander. He too slept, but it was obvious that he had stationed himself thus near her that he might be on hand in the possible event of danger. The boy went on without disturbing them, and peeped into the willow brush that covered the ground. It was not long before he spied another goose couple. These were strangers, not of his flock, but he was so happy that he began to hum, just because he had come across wild geese. He peeped into another bit of brushwood. There at last he saw two that were familiar. It was certainly Neljä that was nesting there, and the goosey gander who stood beside her was surely Kolme. Why, of course! The boy had a good mind to awaken them, but he let them sleep, and walked away. In the next brush he saw Viisi and Kuusi, and not far from them he found Yksi and Kaksi. All four were asleep, and the boy passed by without disturbing them. As he approached the next brush, he thought he saw something white shimmering among the bushes, and the heart of him thumped with joy. Yes, it was as he expected. In there sat the dainty Dunfin on an egg filled nest. Beside her stood her white goosey gander. Although he slept, it was easy to see how proud he was to watch over his wife up here among the Lapland mountains. The boy did not care to waken the goosey gander, so he walked on. He had to seek a long time before he came across any more wild geese. Finally he saw on a little hillock something that resembled a small, gray moss tuft, and he knew that there was Akka from Kebnekaise. She stood wide awake, looking about as if she were keeping watch over the whole glen. "Good morning, Mother Akka," said the boy. "Please don't waken the other geese yet awhile, for I wish to speak with you in private." The old leader goose came rushing down the hill and up to the boy. First she seized hold of him and shook him. Then she stroked him with her bill before she shook him again. But she did not say a word since he asked her not to waken the others. Thumbietot kissed old Mother Akka on both cheeks. Then he told her how he had been carried off to Skansen and held captive there. "Now I must tell you that Smirre Fox, Short of an Ear, sat imprisoned in the fox's cage at Skansen," said the boy. "Although he was very mean to us, I couldn't help feeling sorry for him. There were many other foxes in the cage, and they seemed quite contented there. But Smirre sat all the while looking dejected, longing for liberty. I made many good friends at Skansen, and I learned one day from the lap dog that a man had come to Skansen to buy foxes. He was from some island far out in the ocean. All the foxes had been exterminated there, and the rats were about to get the better of the inhabitants, so they wished the foxes back again. As soon as I learned of this, I went to Smirre's cage and said to him: 'To morrow some men are coming here to get a pair of foxes. Don't hide, Smirre, but keep well in the foreground and see to it that you are chosen. Then you'll be free again.' He followed my suggestion, and now he is running at large on the island. What say you to this, Mother Akka? If you had been in my place, would you not have done likewise?" "You have acted in a way that makes me wish I had done that myself," said the leader goose proudly. "It is a relief to know that you approve," said the boy. "Now there is one thing more I wish to ask you about. One day I happened to see Gorgo, the eagle, the one that fought with Morten Goosey Gander, a prisoner at Skansen. He was in the eagle's cage and looked pitifully forlorn. I was thinking of filing down the wire roof over him and letting him out. But I also thought of his being a dangerous robber and bird eater, and wondered if I should be doing right in letting loose such a plunderer, and if it were not better, perhaps, to let him stay where he was. What say you, Mother Akka? Was it right to think thus?"
"No, it was not right," retorted Akka. "Say what you will about the eagles, they are proud birds and greater lovers of freedom than all others. It is not right to keep them in captivity. Do you know what I would suggest? This: that as soon as you are well rested, we two make the trip together to the big bird prison and liberate Gorgo."
"That is just the word I was expecting from you, Mother Akka," returned the boy eagerly. "There are those who say that you no longer have any love in your heart for the one you reared so tenderly, because he lives as eagles must live. But I know now that it isn't true, and now I want to see if Morten Goosey Gander is awake. Meanwhile, if you wish to say a thank you to the one who brought me here to you, I think you'll find him up there on the cliff ledge where once you found a helpless eaglet." End of Westbottom and Lapland, read by Lars Rolander. Section 37 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. Osa, the Goose Girl, and Little Mats. The year that Nils Holgersson travelled with the wild geese, everybody was talking about two little children, a boy and a girl, who tramped through the country. They were from Sunnerbo township in Småland, and had once lived with their parents and four brothers and sisters in a little cabin on the heath. While the two children, Osa and Mats, were still small, a poor, homeless woman came to their cabin one night and begged for shelter. Although the place could hardly hold the family, she was taken in, and the mother spread a bed for her on the floor. In the night she coughed so hard that the children fancied the house shook. By morning she was too ill to continue her wanderings. The children's father and mother were as kind to her as could be. They gave up their bed to her and slept on the floor, while the father went to the doctor and brought her medicine. The first few days the sick woman behaved like a savage. She demanded constant attention and never uttered a word of thanks. Later she became more subdued and finally begged to be carried out to the heath and left there to die. When her hosts would not hear of this, she told them that the last few years she had roamed about with a band of gypsies. She herself was not of gypsy blood, but was the daughter of a well to do farmer. She had run away from the home and gone with the nomads. She believed that a gypsy woman who was angry at her had brought this sickness upon her. Nor was that all. The gypsy woman had also cursed her, saying that all who took her under their roof or were kind to her should suffer a like fate. She believed this, and therefore begged them to cast her out of the house and never to see her again. She did not want to bring misfortune down upon such good people. But the peasants refused to do her bidding. It was quite possible that they were alarmed, but they were not the kind of folk who could turn out a poor, sick person. Soon after that she died, and then along came the misfortunes. Before, there had never been anything but happiness in the cabin. Its inmates were poor, yet not so very poor. The father was a maker of weavers' combs, and mother and children helped him with the work. Father made the frames, mother and the other children did the binding, while the smaller ones planed the teeth and cut them out. They worked from morning until night, but the time passed pleasantly, especially when father talked of the days when he travelled about in foreign lands and sold weavers' combs. Father was so jolly that sometimes mother and the children would laugh until their sides ached at his funny quips and jokes. The weeks following the death of the poor vagabond woman lingered in the mind of the children like a horrible nightmare. They knew not if the time had been long or short, but they remembered that they were always having funerals at home. One after another they lost their brothers and sisters. At last it was very still and sad in the cabin. The mother kept up some measure of courage, but the father was not a bit like himself. He could no longer work nor jest, but sat from morning till night, his head buried in his hands, and only brooded. Once, that was after the third burial, the father had broken out into wild talk which frightened the children. He said that he could not understand why such misfortunes should come upon them. They had done a kindly thing in helping the sick woman. Could it be true, then, that the evil in this world was more powerful than the good? The mother tried to reason with him, but she was unable to soothe him. A few days later the eldest was stricken. She had always been the father's favourite, so when he realized that she too must go, he fled from all the misery. The mother never said anything, but she thought it was best for him to be away, as she feared that he might lose his reason. He had brooded too long over this one idea, that God had allowed a wicked person to bring about so much evil. After the father went away, they became very poor. For a while he sent them money, but afterward things must have gone badly with him, for no more came. The day of the eldest daughter's burial, the mother closed the cabin and left home with the two remaining children, Osa and Mats. She went down to Skåne to work in the beet fields, and found a place at the Jordberga sugar refinery. She was a good worker and had a cheerful and generous nature. Everybody liked her. Many were astonished because she could be so calm after all that she had passed through. But the mother was very strong and patient. When anyone spoke to her of her two sturdy children, she only said, "I shall soon lose them also," without a quiver in her voice or a tear in her eye. She had accustomed herself to expect nothing else. But it did not turn out as she feared. Instead, the sickness came upon herself. She had gone to Skåne in the beginning of summer. Before autumn she was gone, and the children were left alone. While their mother was ill, she had often said to the children they must remember that she never regretted having let the sick woman stop with them. It was not hard to die when one had done right, she said, for then one could go with a clear conscience. Before the mother passed away, she tried to make some provision for her children. She asked the people with whom she lived to let them remain in the room which she had occupied. If the children only had a shelter, they would not become burden to anyone. She knew that they could take care of themselves. Osa and Mats were allowed to keep the room, on condition that they would tend the geese, as it was always hard to find children willing to do that work. It turned out as the mother expected. They did maintain themselves. The girl made candy, and the boy carved wooden toys, which they sold at the farmhouses. They had a talent for trading, and soon began buying eggs and butter from the farmers, which they sold to the workers at the sugar refinery. Osa was the older, and by the time she was 13, she was as responsible as a grown woman. She was quiet and serious, while Mats was lively and talkative. His sister used to say to him that he could outcackle the geese. When the children had been at Jordberga for 2 years, there was a lecture given one evening at the schoolhouse. Evidently it was meant for grown ups, but the two Småland children were in the audience. They did not regard themselves as children, and few persons thought of them as such. The lecturer talked about the dread disease called the White Plague, which every year carried off so many people in Sweden. He spoke very plainly, and the children understood every word. After the lecture, they waited outside the schoolhouse. When the lecturer came out, they took hold of hands and walked gravely up to him, asking if they might speak to him. The stranger must have wondered at the two rosy, baby faced children standing there talking with an earnestness more in keeping with people thrice their age. But he listened graciously to them. They related what had happened in their home, and asked the lecturer if he thought their mother and their sisters and brothers had died of the sickness he had described.
Very likely, he answered. It could hardly have been any other disease.
If only the mother and father had known what the children learned that evening, they might have protected themselves. If they had burnt the clothing of the vagabond woman, if they had scoured and aired the cabin, and had not used the old bedding, all whom the children mourned might have been living yet. The lecturer said he could not say positively, but he believed that none of their dear ones would have been sick had they understood how to guard against the infection. Osa and Mats waited a while before putting the next question, for that was the most important of all. It was not true, then, that the gypsy woman had sent the sickness because they had befriended the one with whom she was angry. It was not something special that had stricken only them. The lecturer assured them that no person had the power to bring sickness upon another in that way. Thereupon the children thanked him and went to their room. They talked until late that night. The next day they gave notice that they could not tend geese another year, but must go elsewhere. Where were they going? Why, to try to find their father. They must tell him that their mother and the other children had died of a common ailment, and not something special brought upon them by an angry person. They were very glad that they had found out about this. Now it was their duty to tell their father of it, for probably he was still trying to solve the mystery. Osa and Mats set out for their old home on the heath. When they arrived, they were shocked to find the little cabin in flames. They went to the parsonage, and there they learned that a railroad workman had seen their father at Malmberget, far up in Lapland. He had been working in a mine and possibly was still there. When the clergyman heard that the children wanted to go in search of their father, he brought forth a map and showed them how far it was to Malmberget, and tried to dissuade them from making the journey. But the children insisted that they must find their father. He had left home believing something that was not true. They must find him and tell him that it was all a mistake. They did not want to spend their little savings buying railway tickets, therefore they decided to go all the way on foot, which they never regretted, as it proved to be a remarkably beautiful journey. Before they were out of Småland, they stopped at a farmhouse to buy food. The housewife was a kind, motherly soul who took an interest in the children. She asked them who they were and where they came from, and they told her their story. "Dear, dear, dear, dear," she interpolated time and again when they were speaking. Later she petted the children and stuffed them with all kinds of goodies, for which she would not accept a penny. When they rose to thank her and go, the woman asked them to stop at her brother's farm in the next township. Of course the children were delighted. "Give him my greetings and tell him what has happened to you," said the peasant woman. This the children did, and were well treated. From every farm after that it was always: "If you happen to go in such and such a direction, stop there or there, and tell them what has happened to you." In every farmhouse to which they were sent, there was always a consumptive. So Osa and Mats went through the country, unconsciously teaching the people how to combat that dreadful disease. Long, long ago, when the Black Plague was ravaging the country, it was said that a boy and a girl were seen wandering from house to house. The boy carried a rake, and if he stopped and raked in front of a house, it meant that there many should die, but not all, for the rake has coarse teeth and does not take everything with it. The girl carried a broom, and if she came along and swept before a door, it meant that all who lived within must die, for the broom is an implement that makes a clean sweep. It seems quite remarkable that in our time two children should wander through the land because of a cruel sickness. But these children did not frighten people with the rake and the broom. They said rather: "We will not content ourselves with merely raking the yard and sweeping the floors. We will use mop and brush, water and soap. We will keep clean inside and outside of the door, and we ourselves will be clean in both mind and body. In this way we will conquer the sickness." One day, while still in Lapland, Akka took the boy to Malmberget, where they discovered little Mats lying unconscious at the mouth of the pit. He and Osa had arrived there a short time before. That morning he had been roaming about, hoping to come across his father. He had ventured too near the shaft and had been hurt by flying rocks after the setting off of a blast. Thumbietot ran to the edge of the shaft and called down to the miners that a little boy was injured. Immediately a number of labourers came rushing up to little Mats. Two of them carried him to the hut where he and Osa were staying. They did all they could to save him, but it was too late. Thumbietot felt so sorry for poor Osa. He wanted to help and comfort her, but he knew that if he were to go to her now he would only frighten her, such as he was. The night after the burial of little Mats, Osa straightway shut herself in her hut. She sat alone, recalling one after another things her brother had said and done. There was so much to think about that she did not go straight to bed, but sat up most of the night. The more she thought of her brother, the more she realized how hard it would be to live without him. At last she dropped her head on the table and wept. "What shall I do now that little Mats is gone?" she sobbed. It was far along toward morning, and Osa, spent by the strain of her hard day, finally fell asleep. She dreamed that little Mats softly opened the door and stepped into the room. "Osa, you must go and find father," he said. "How can I, when I don't even know where he is?" she replied in her dream. "Don't worry about that," returned little Mats in his usual cheery way. "I'll send someone to help you." Just as Osa, the goose girl, dreamed that little Mats had said this, there was a knock at the door. It was a real knock, not something she heard in the dream. but she was so held by the dream that she could not tell the real from the unreal. As she went on to open the door, she thought, "This must be the person little Mats promised to send me." She was right, for it was Thumbietot come to talk to her about her father. When he saw that she was not afraid of him, he told her in a few words where her father was and how to reach him. While he was speaking, Osa, the goose girl, gradually regained consciousness. When he had finished, she was wide awake. Then she was so terrified at the thought of talking with an elf that she could not say thank you or anything else, but quickly shut the door. As she did that, she thought she saw an expression of pain flash across the elf's face, but she could not help what she did, for she was beside herself with fright. She crept into bed as quickly as she could and drew the covers over her head. Although she was afraid of the elf, she had a feeling that he meant well by her. So the next day she made haste to do as he had told her. End of Osa the Goose Girl and Little Mats. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 38 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. With the Laplanders. One afternoon in July it rained frightfully up around Lake Luossajaure. The Laplanders, who lived mostly in the open during the summer, had crawled in under the tent and were squatting round the fire, drinking coffee. The new settlers on the east shore of the lake worked diligently to have their homes in readiness before the severe Arctic winter set in. They wondered at the Laplanders, who had lived in the far north for centuries without even thinking that better protection was needed against cold and storm than thin tent covering. The Laplanders, on the other hand, wondered at the new settlers giving themselves so much needless hard work, when nothing more was necessary to live comfortably than a few reindeer and a tent. They only had to drive the poles into the ground and spread the covers over them, and their abodes were ready. They did not have to trouble themselves about decorating and furnishing. The principal thing was to scatter some spruce twigs on the floor, spread a few skins, and hang the big kettle in which they cooked their reindeer meat on a chain suspended from the top of the tent poles. While the Laplanders were chatting over their coffee cups, a rowboat coming from the Kiruna side pulled ashore at the Lapps' quarters. A workman and a young girl between 13 and 14 stepped from the boat. The girl was Osa. The Lapp dogs bounded down to them, barking loudly, and a native poked his head out of the tent opening to see what was going on. He was glad when he saw the workman, for he was a friend of the Laplanders, a kindly and sociable man who could speak their native tongue. The Lapp called him to crawl under the tent. "You're just in time, Söderberg," he said. "The coffee pot is on the fire. No one can do any work in this rain, so come in and tell us the news." The workman went in, and with much ado and amid a great deal of laughter and joking, places were made for Söderberg and Osa, though the tent was already crowded to the limit with natives. Osa understood none of the conversation. She sat dumb and looked in wonderment at the kettle and coffee pot, at the fire and smoke, at the Lapp men and Lapp women, at the children and dogs, the walls and floor, the coffee cups and tobacco pipes, the multicolored costumes and crude implements. All this was new to her. Suddenly she lowered her glance, conscious that every one in the tent was looking at her. Söderberg must have said something about her, for now both Lapp men and Lapp women took the short pipes from their mouths and stared at her in open eyed wonder and awe. The Laplander at her side patted her shoulder and nodding, saying in Swedish: "Bra, bra!" (Good, good!) A Lapp woman filled a cup to the brim with coffee and passed it under difficulties, while a Lapp boy, who was about her own age, wriggled and crawled between the squatters over to her. Osa felt that Söderberg was telling the Laplanders that she had just buried her little brother, Mats. She wished he would find out about her father instead. The elf had said that he lived with the Lapps, who camped west of Lake Luosajärvi, and she had begged leave to ride up on a sand truck to seek him, as no regular passenger trains came so far. Both labourers and foremen had assisted her as best they could. An engineer had sent Söderberg across the lake with her, as he spoke Lappish. She had hoped to meet her father as soon as she arrived. Her glance wandered anxiously from face to face, but she saw only natives. Her father was not there. She noticed that the Lapps and the Swede Söderberg grew more and more earnest as they talked among themselves. The Lapps shook their heads and tapped their foreheads, as if they were speaking of someone that was not quite right in his mind. She became so uneasy that she could no longer endure the suspense, and asked Söderberg what the Laplanders knew of her father.
They say he has gone fishing," said the workman. "They're not sure that he can get back to the camp tonight, but as soon as the weather clears, one of them will go in search of him."
Thereupon he turned to the Lapps and went on talking to them. He did not wish to give Osa an opportunity to question him further about John Esserson. The next morning, Ola Särka himself, who was the most distinguished man among the Lapps, had said that he would find Osa's father, but he appeared to be in no haste, and sat huddled outside the tent, thinking of John Esserson and wondering how best to tell him of his daughter's arrival. It would require diplomacy in order that John Esserson might not become alarmed and flee. He was an odd sort of man who was afraid of children. He used to say that the sight of them made him so melancholy that he could not endure it. While Ola Särka deliberated, Osa, the goose girl, and Aslak, the young Lapp boy who had stared so hard at her the night before, sat on the ground in front of the tent and chatted. Aslak had been to school and could speak Swedish. He was telling Osa about the life of the Same folk, assuring her that they fared better than other people. Osa thought that they lived wretchedly, and told him so.
"You don't know what you are talking about," said Aslak curtly. "Only stop with us a week, and you shall see that we are the happiest people on earth."
"If I were to stop here a whole week, I should be choked by all the smoke in the tent," Osa retorted.
"Don't say that," protested the boy. "You know nothing of us.
Let me tell you something which will make you understand that the longer you stay with us, the more contented you will become." Thereupon Aslak began to tell Osa how a sickness called the Black Plague once raged throughout the land. He was not certain as to whether it had swept through the real Sameland, where they now were, but in Jämtland it had raged so brutally that among the Same folk who lived in the forests and mountains there, all had died except a boy of 15. Among the Swedes who lived in the valleys, none was left but a girl who was also 15 years old. The boy and girl separately tramped the desolate country all winter in search of other human beings. Finally, towards spring, the two met. Aslak continued: "The Swedish girl begged the Lapp boy to accompany her southward, where she could meet people of her own race. She did not wish to tarry longer in Jämtland, where there were only vacant homesteads. "'I'll take you wherever you wish to go,' said the boy, 'but not before winter. It's spring now, and my reindeer go westward toward the mountains. You know that we who are of the Same folk must go where our reindeer take us.' "The Swedish girl was the daughter of wealthy parents. She was used to living under a roof, sleeping in a bed, and eating at a table. She had always despised the poor mountaineers, and thought that those who lived under the open sky were most unfortunate. But she was afraid to return to her home, where there were none but the dead. 'At least let me go with you to the mountains,' she said to the boy, "so that I shan't have to tramp about here all alone, and never hear the sound of a human voice." The boy willingly assented, so the girl went with the reindeer to the mountains. The herd yearned for the good pastures there, and every day tramped long distances to feed on the moss. There was no time to pitch tents. The children had to lie on the snowy ground and sleep when the reindeer stopped to graze. The girl often sighed and complained of being so tired that she must turn back to the valley. Nevertheless, she went along to avoid being left without human companionship. When they reached the highlands, the boy pitched a tent for the girl on a pretty hill that sloped toward a mountain brook. In the evening he lassoed and milked the reindeer, and gave the girl milk to drink. He brought forth dried reindeer meat and reindeer cheese, which his people had stowed away on the heights when they were there the summer before. Still the girl grumbled all the while, and was never satisfied. She would eat neither reindeer meat nor reindeer cheese, nor would she drink reindeer milk. She could not accustom herself to squatting in the tent, or to lying on the ground with only reindeer skin and some spruce twigs for a bed. The Son of the Mountains laughed at her woes, and continued to treat her kindly. After a few days, the girl went up to the boy when he was milking, and asked if she might help him. She next undertook to make the fire under the kettle, in which the reindeer meat was to be cooked; then to carry water, and to make cheese. So the time passed pleasantly. The weather was mild, and food was easily procured. Together they set snares for game, fished for salmon trout in the rapids, and picked cloudberries in the swamp. When the summer was gone, they moved farther down the mountains, where pine and leaf forests met. There they pitched their tent. They had to work hard every day, but fared better, for food was even more plentiful than in the summer because of the game. When the snow came and the lakes began to freeze, they drew farther east toward the dense pine forests. As soon as the tent was up, the winter's work began. The boy taught the girl to make twine from reindeer sinews, to treat skins, to make shoes and clothing of hides, to make combs and tools of reindeer horn, to travel on skis, and to drive a sledge drawn by reindeer. When they had lived through the dark winter, and the sun began to shine all day and most of the night, the boy said to the girl that now he would accompany her southward, so that she might meet some of her own race. Then the girl looked at him astonished. "Why do you want to send me away?" she asked. "Do you long to be alone with your reindeer?" "I thought that you were the one that longed to get away," said the boy. "I have lived the life of the Summer folk almost a year now," replied the girl. "I can't return to my people and live the shut in life after having wandered freely on mountains and in forests. Don't drive me away, but let me stay here. Your way of living is better than ours." The girl stayed with the boy for the rest of her life, and never again did she long for the valleys. And you, Osa, if you were to stay with us only a month, you could never again part from us." With these words Aslak, the Lapp boy, finished his story. Just then his father, Ola Serka, took the pipe from his mouth and rose. Old Ola understood more Swedish than he was willing to have anyone know, and he had overheard his son's remarks. While he was listening, it had suddenly flashed on him how he should handle this delicate matter of telling Jon Esserson that his daughter had come in search of him. Ola Serka went down to Lake Luossajaure, and had walked a short distance along the strand, when he happened upon a man who sat on a rock fishing. The fisherman was gray haired and bent. His eyes blinked wearily, and there was something slack and helpless about him. He looked like a man who had tried to carry a burden too heavy for him, or to solve a problem too difficult for him; who had become broken and despondent over his failure. "You must have had luck with your fishing, Jon, since you have been at it all night," said the mountaineer in Lappish as he approached. The fisherman gave a start, then glanced up. The bait on his hook was gone, and not a fish lay on the strand beside him. He hastened to rebait the hook and threw out the line. In the meantime the mountaineer squatted on the grass beside him. "There's a matter that I wanted to talk over with you," said Ola. "You know that I had a little daughter who died last winter, and we have always missed her in the tent." "Yes, I know," said the fisherman abruptly, a cloud passing over his face, as though he disliked being reminded of a dead child. "It's not worth while to spend one's life grieving," said the Laplander. "I suppose it isn't. Now I am thinking of adopting another child. Don't you think it would be a good idea?" "That depends on the child, Ola." "I will tell you what I know of the girl," said Ola. Then he told the fisherman that around midsummer time two strange children, a boy and a girl, had come to the mines to look for their father, but as their father was away, they had stayed to await his return. While there, the boy had been killed by a blast of rock. Thereupon Ola gave a beautiful description of how brave the little girl had been, and how she had won the admiration and sympathy of everyone.
"Is that the girl you want to take into your tent?" asked the fisherman.
"Yes," returned the Lapp. "When we heard her story, we were all deeply touched, and said among ourselves that so good a sister would also make a good daughter, and we hoped that she would come to us." The fisherman sat quietly thinking a moment. It was plain that he continued the conversation only to please his friend the Lapp.
"I presume the girl is one of your race?"
"No," said Ola. "She doesn't belong to the Summer folk."
"Perhaps she's the daughter of some new settler and is accustomed to the life here?"
"No, she is from the far south," replied Ola, as if this was of small importance. The fisherman grew more interested.
Then I don't believe that you can take her," he said. "It is doubtful if she could stand living in a tent in winter, since she was not brought up that way."
"She will find kind parents and kind brothers and sisters in the tent," insisted Ola Särka. "It's worse to be alone than to freeze." The fisherman became more and more zealous to prevent the adoption. It seemed as if he could not bear the thought of a child of Swedish parents being taken in by Laplanders.
"You said just now that she had a father in the mine?"
"He's dead," said the Lapp abruptly.
"I suppose you have thoroughly investigated this matter, Ola?"
"What's the use of going to all that trouble?" disdained the Lapp. "I ought to know. Would the girl and her brother have been obliged to roam about the country if they had a father living? Would two children have been forced to care for themselves if they had a father? The girl herself thinks he is alive, but I say that he must be dead." The man with the tired eyes turned to Ola.
"What is the girl's name, Ola?"
he asked. The mountaineer thought a while, then said: "I can't remember it. I must ask her."
"Ask her? Is she already here?"
"She's down at the camp."
"What, Ola? Have you taken her in before knowing her father's wishes?"
"What do I care for her father? If he isn't dead, he's probably the kind of man who cares nothing for his child. He may be glad to have another take her in hand." The fisherman threw down his rod and rose, with an alertness in his movements that bespoke new life. "I don't think her father can be like other folk," continued the mountaineer. "I dare say he's a man who is haunted by gloomy foreboding and therefore cannot work steadily. What kind of father would that be for the girl?" While Ola was talking, the fisherman started up the strand. "Where are you going?" queried the Lapp.
"I'm going to have a look at your foster daughter, Ola."
"Good," said the Lapp. "Come along and meet her. I think you shall say that she will be a good daughter to me." The Swede rushed on so rapidly that the Laplander could hardly keep pace with him. After a moment Ola said to his companion: "Now I recall that her name is Osa, this girl I am adopting." The other man only kept hurrying along, and old Ola Särka was so well pleased that he wanted to laugh aloud. When they came in sight of the tents, Ola said a few words more.
She came here to us Same folk to find her father, and not to become my foster child. But if she doesn't find him, I shall be glad to keep her in my tent." The fisherman hastened all the faster. "I might have known that he would be alarmed when I threatened to take his daughter into the Lapps' quarters," laughed Ola to himself.
When the man from Kiruna who had brought Osa to the tent turned back later in the day, he had two people with him in the boat, who sat close together holding hands, as if they never again wanted to part. They were John Esserson and his daughter. Both were unlike what they had been a few hours earlier. The father looked less bent and weary, and his eyes were clear and good, as if at last he had found the answer to that which had troubled him so long. Osa, the goose girl, did not glance longingly about, for she had found some one to care for her, and now she could be a child again. End of With the Laplanders, read by Lars Rolander. Section 39 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Welma Swanston Howard. Homeward Bound. The first travelling day, Saturday, October 1st. The boy sat on the goosey gander's back and rowed up amongst the clouds. Some 30 geese in regular order flew rapidly southward. There was a rustling of feathers, and the many wings beat the air so noisily that one could scarcely hear one's own voice. Akka from Kebnekaise flew in the lead. After her came Yksi and Kaksi, Kolme and Nelje, Viisi and Kuusi, Morten Goosey Gander, and Dunfin. The 6 goslings which had accompanied the flock the autumn before had now left to look after themselves. Instead, the old geese were taking with them 22 goslings that had grown up in the glen that summer. 11 flew to the right, 11 to the left, and they did their best to fly at even distances, like the big birds. The poor youngsters had never before been on a long trip, and at first they had difficulty in keeping up with the rapid flight. "Akka from Kebnekaise! Akka from Kebnekaise!" they cried in plaintive tones. "What's the matter?" said the leader goose sharply. "Our wings are tired of moving! Our wings are tired of moving!" wailed the young ones. "The longer you keep it up, the better it will go," answered the leader goose, without slackening her speed. And she was quite right, for when the goslings had flown 2 hours longer, they complained no more of being tired. But in the mountain glen they had been in the habit of eating all day long, and very soon they began to feel hungry. "Akka, Akka, Akka from Kebnekaise!" wailed the goslings pitifully. "What's the trouble now?" asked the leader goose. "We're so hungry, we can't fly any more," whimpered the goslings. "We're so hungry, we can't fly any more." "Wild geese must learn to eat air and drink wind," said the leader goose, and kept right on flying. It actually seemed as if the young ones were learning to live on wind and air, for when they had flown a little longer, they said nothing more about being hungry. The goose flock was still in the mountain regions, and the old geese called out the names of all the peaks as they flew past, so that the youngsters might learn them. When they had been calling out a while, "This is Porsotjokko, this is Serjak this is Sulitelma," and so on, the goslings became impatient again. "Akka, Akka, Akka!" they shrieked in heartrending tones. "What's wrong?" said the leader goose. "We haven't room in our heads for any more of those awful names," shrieked the goslings. "The more you put into your heads, the more you can get into them," retorted the leader goose, and continued to call out the queer names. The boy sat thinking that it was about time the wild geese betook themselves southward, for so much snow had fallen that the ground was white as far as the eye could see. There was no use denying that it had been rather disagreeable in the glen toward the last. Rain and fog had succeeded each other without any relief, and even if it did clear up once in a while, immediately frost set in. Berries and mushrooms upon which the boy had subsisted during the summer were either frozen or decayed. Finally he had been compelled to eat raw fish, which was something he disliked. The days had grown short, and the long evenings and late mornings were rather tiresome for one who could not sleep the whole time that the sun was away. Now at last the gosling's wings had grown, so that the geese could start for the south. The boy was so happy that he laughed and sang as he rode on the goose's back. It was not only on account of the darkness and cold that he longed to get away from Lapland. There were other reasons too. The first weeks of his sojourn there, the boy had not been the least bit homesick. He thought he had never before seen such a glorious country. The only worry he had had was to keep the mosquitoes from eating him up. The boy had seen very little of the goosey gander, because the big white gander thought only of his Dunfin and was unwilling to leave her for a moment. On the other hand, Thumbietot had stuck to Akka and Gorgo, the eagle, and the three of them had passed many happy hours together. The two birds had taken him with them on long trips. He had stood on snow capped Mount Kebnekaise. He had looked down at the glaciers and visited many high cliffs seldom tramped by human feet. Akka had shown him deep hidden mountain dales, and had let him peep into caves where mother wolves brought up their young. He had also made the acquaintance of the tame reindeer that grazed in herds along the shores of the beautiful Torne Lake, and he had been down to the great falls, and brought greeting to the bears that lived thereabouts from their friends and relatives in Westmanland. Ever since he had seen Osa, the goose girl, he longed for the day when he might go home with Morten Goosey Gander and be a normal human being once more. He wanted to be himself again, so that Osa would not be afraid to talk to him, and would not shut the door in his face. Yes, indeed, he was glad that at last they were speeding southward. He waved his cap and cheered when he saw the first pine forest. In the same manner he greeted the first gray cabin, the first goat, the first cat, and the first chicken. They were continually meeting birds of passage, flying now in greater flocks than in the spring. "Where are you bound for, wild geese?" called the passing birds. "Where are you bound for?" "We, like yourselves, are going abroad," answered the geese. "Those goslings of yours aren't ready to fly!" screamed the others. "They'll never cross the sea with those puny wings!" Laplander and reindeer were also leaving the mountains. When the wild geese sighted the reindeer, they circled down and called out: "Thanks for your company this summer!"
"A pleasant journey to you and welcome back!" returned the reindeer. But when the bears saw the wild geese, they pointed them out to the cubs and growled:
"Just look at those geese! They are so afraid of a little cold they don't dare to stay at home in winter."
But the old geese were ready with a retort, and cried to their goslings: "Look at those beasts that stay at home and sleep half the year, rather than go to the trouble of travelling south." Down in the pine forest the young grouse sat huddled together and gazed longingly after the big bird flocks which, amid joy and merriment, proceeded southward. "When will our turn come?" they asked the mother grouse. "You will have to stay at home with mamma and papa," she said. End of Homeward Bound, read by Lars Rolander. Section 40 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. Legends from Härjedalen. Tuesday, October 4th. The boy had had 3 days' travel in the rain and mist, and longed for some sheltered nook where he might rest awhile. At last the geese alighted to feed and ease their wings a bit. To his great relief the boy saw an observation tower on a hill close by, and dragged himself to it. When he had climbed to the top of the tower he found a party of tourists there, so he quickly crawled into a dark corner and was soon sound asleep. When the boy awoke he began to feel uneasy, because the tourists lingered so long in the tower telling stories. He thought they would never go. Morten Goosey Gander could not come for him while they were there, and he knew, of course, that the wild geese were in a hurry to continue the journey. In the middle of a story he thought he heard honking and the beating of wings, as if the geese were flying away. But he did not dare to venture over to the balustrade to find out if it was so. At last, when the tourists were gone, and the boy could crawl from his hiding place, he saw no wild geese, and no Morten Goosey Gander came to fetch him. He called, "Here am I, where are you?" as loud as he could, but his travelling companions did not appear. Not for a second did he think they had deserted him, but he feared that they had met with some mishap, and was wondering what he should do to find them, when Bataki, the raven, lit beside him. The boy never dreamed that he should greet Bataki with such a glad welcome as he now gave him. "Dear Bataki," he burst forth, "how fortunate that you are here! Maybe you know what has become of Morten Goosey Gander and the wild geese?" "I've just come with a greeting from them," replied the raven. "Akka saw a hunter prowling about on the mountain, and therefore dared not stay to wait for you, but has gone ahead. Get up on my back and you shall soon be with your friends." The boy quickly seated himself on the raven's back, and Bataki would soon have caught up with the geese had he not been hindered by a fog. It was as if the morning sun had awakened it to life. Little light veils of mist rose suddenly from the lake, from fields and from the forest. They thickened and spread with marvellous rapidity, and soon the entire ground was hidden from sight by white, rolling mists. Bataki flew along above the fog, in clear air and sparkling sunshine. But the wild geese must have circled down among the damp clouds, for it was impossible to sight them. The boy and the raven called and shrieked, but got no response. "Well, this is a stroke of ill luck," said Bataki finally, "but we know that they are travelling toward the south, and of course I'll find them as soon as the mist clears." The boy was distressed at the thought of being parted from Morten Goosey Gander just now, when the geese were on the wing, and the big white one might meet with all sorts of mishaps. After Thumbietot had been sitting worrying for 2 hours or more, he remarked to himself that thus far there had been no mishap, and it was not worth while to lose heart. Just then he heard a rooster crowing down on the ground, and instantly he bent forward on the raven's back and called out: "What's the name of the country I'm travelling over?" "It's called Härjedalen, Härjedalen, Härjedalen," crowed the rooster. "How does it look down there where you are?" the boy asked. "Cliffs in the west, woods in the east, broad valleys across the whole country," replied the rooster. "Thank you!" cried the boy. "You give a clear account of it." When they had travelled a little farther, he heard a crow cawing down in the mist. "What kind of people live in this country?" shouted the boy. "Good, thrifty peasants," answered the crow. "Good, thrifty peasants." "What do they do?" asked the boy. "What do they do?" "They raise cattle and fell forests," cawed the crow. "Thanks," replied the boy. "You answer well." A bit farther on he heard a human voice yodeling and singing down in the mist. "Is there any large city in this part of the country?" the boy asked. "What? "What? Who is it that calls?" cried the human voice. "Is there any large city in this region?" the boy repeated. "I want to know who it is that calls!" shouted the human voice. "I might have known that I could get no information when I asked a human being a civil question," the boy retorted. It was not long before the mist went away as suddenly as it had come. Then the boy saw a beautiful landscape, with high cliffs as in Jämtland, but there were no large flourishing settlements on the mountain slopes. The villages lay far apart, and the farms were small. Bataki followed the stream southward till they came within sight of a village. There he alighted in a stubbed field and let the boy dismount. "In the summer grain grew on this grounds," said Bataki. "Look around and see if you can't find something eatable." The boy acted upon the suggestion, and before long he found a blade of wheat. As he picked out the grains and ate them, Bataki talked to him. "Do you see that mountain towering directly south of us?" he asked. "Yes, of course I see it," said the boy. "It is called Sonfjället," continued the raven. "You can imagine that wolves were plentiful there once upon a time." "It must have been an ideal place for wolves," said the boy. "The people who lived here in the valley were frequently attacked by them," remarked the raven. "Perhaps you remember a good wolf story you could tell me," said the boy. "I've been told that a long, long time ago the wolves from Sonfjället are supposed to have waylaid a man who had gone out to peddle his wares," began Bataki. "He was from Hede, a village a few miles down the valley. It was winter time, and the wolves made for him as he was driving over the ice on Lake Ljusna. There were about 9 or 10, and the man from Hede had a poor old horse, so there was very little hope of his escaping. When the man heard the wolves howl and saw how many there were after him, he lost his head, and it did not occur to him that he ought to dump his casks and jugs out of the sledge to lighten the load. He only whipped up the horse and made the best speed he could. But he soon observed that the wolves were gaining on him. The shores were desolate, and he was 14 miles from the nearest farm. He thought that his final hour had come and was paralysed with fear. While he sat there, terrified, he saw something move in the brush, which had been set in the ice to mark out the road. And when he discovered who it was that walked there, his fear grew more and more intense. Wild beasts were not coming toward him, but a poor old woman named Finn Malin, who was in the habit of roaming about on highways and byways. She was a hunchback and slightly lame, so he recognized her at a distance. The old woman was walking straight toward the wolves. The sledge had hidden them from her view, and the man comprehended at once that, if he were to drive on without warning her, she would walk right into the jaws of the wild beasts, and while they were rending her, he would have time enough to get away. The old woman walked slowly, bent over a cane. It was plain that she was doomed if he did not help her. But even if he were to stop and take her into the sledge, it was by no means certain that she would be safe. More than likely the wolves would catch up with them, and he and she and the horse would all be killed. He wondered if it were not better to sacrifice one life in order that two might be spared. This flashed upon him the minute he saw the old woman. He had also time to think how it would be with him afterward, if perchance he might not regret that he had not succoured her, or if people should some day learn of the meeting and that he had not tried to help her. It was a terrible temptation. "I would rather not have seen her," he said to himself. Just then the wolves howled savagely. The horse reared, plunged forward, and dashed past the old beggar woman. She, too, had heard the howling of the wolves, and as the man from Hede drove by, he saw that the old woman knew what awaited her. She stood motionless, her mouth open for a cry, her arms stretched out for help. But she neither cried nor tried to throw herself into the sledge. Something seemed to have turned her to stone. "It was I," thought the man. "I must have looked like a demon as I passed." He tried to feel satisfied now that he was certain of escape. But at that very moment his heart reproached him. Never before had he done a dastardly thing, and he felt now that his whole life was blasted. "Let come what may," he said, and reined in the horse. "I cannot leave her alone with the wolves." It was with great difficulty that he got the horse to turn, but in the end he managed it and promptly drove back to her. "Be quick and get into the sledge," he said gruffly, for he was mad with himself for not leaving the old woman to her fate. "You might stay at home once in a while, you old hag," he growled. "Now both my horse and I will come to grief on your account." The old woman did not say a word, but the man from Hede was in no mood to spare her. "The horse has already tramped 35 miles to day, and the load hasn't lightened any since you got up on it," he grumbled, "so that you must understand he'll soon be exhausted." The sledge runners crunched on the ice, but for all that he heard how the wolves panted, and knew that the beasts were almost upon him. "It's all up with us," he said. "Much good it was either to you or to me, this attempt to save you, Finn Malin." Up to this point the old woman had been silent, like one who is accustomed to take abuse, but now she said a few words. "I can't understand why you don't throw out your wares and lighten the load. You can come back again to morrow and gather them up." The man realized that this was sound advice, and was surprised that he had not thought of it before. He tossed the reins to the old woman, loosed the ropes that bound the casks, and pitched them out. The wolves were right upon them, but now they stopped to examine that which was thrown on the ice, and the travellers again had the start of them. "If this does not help you," said the old woman, "you understand, of course, that I will give myself up to the wolves voluntarily, that you may escape." While she was speaking, the man was trying to push a heavy brewer's vat from the long sledge. As he tugged at this he paused, as if he could not quite make up his mind to throw it out, but in reality his mind was taken up with something altogether different. "Surely a man and a horse who have no infirmities need not let a feeble old woman be devoured by wolves for their sakes," he thought. "There must be some other way of salvation. Why, of course there is. It's only my stupidity that hinders me from finding the way." Again he started to push the vat, then paused once more and burst out laughing. The old woman was alarmed and wondered if he had gone mad, but the man from Hede was laughing at himself because he had been so stupid all that while. It was the simplest thing in the world to save all three of them. He could not imagine why he had not thought of it before. "Listen to what I say to you, Malin," he said. "It was splendid of you to be willing to throw yourself to the wolves. But you won't have to do that, because I know how we can all three be helped without endangering the life of any. Remember, whatever I may do, you are to sit still and drive down to Linsäll. There you must waken the townspeople, and tell them that I am alone out here on the ice, surrounded by wolves, and ask them to come and help me." The man waited until the wolves were almost upon the sledge. Then he rolled out the big brewer's vat, jumped down, and crawled in under it. It was a huge vat, large enough to hold a whole Christmas brew. The wolves pounced upon it and bit at the hoops, but the vat was too heavy for them to move. They could not get at the man inside. He knew that he was safe and laughed at the wolves. After a bit he was serious again. "For the future, when I get into a tight place, I shall remember this vat, and I shall bear in mind that I need never wrong either myself or others, for there is always a third way out of a difficulty if only one can hit upon it." With this Bataki closed his narrative. The boy noticed that the raven never spoke unless there was some special meaning back of his words, and the longer he listened to him, the more thoughtful he became. "I wonder why you told me that story," remarked the boy. "I just happened to think of it as I stood here gazing up at Sonfjället," replied the raven. Now they had travelled farther down Lake Ljusna, and in an hour or so they came to Kolsätt, close to the border of Hälsingland. Here the raven alighted near a little hut that had no windows, only a shutter. From the chimney rose sparks and smoke, and from within the sound of heavy hammering was heard. "Whenever I see this smithy," observed the raven, "I am reminded that in former times there were such skilled blacksmiths here in Härjedalen, more especially in this village, that they couldn't be matched in the whole country."
"Perhaps you also remember a story about them?" said the boy.
"Yes," returned Bataki, "I remember one about a smith from Härjedalen who once invited two other master blacksmiths, one from Dalecarlia and one from Vermland, to compete with him at nail making. The challenge was accepted, and the three blacksmiths met here at Kolsätt. The Dalecarlian began. He forged a dozen nails so even and smooth and sharp that they couldn't be improved upon. After him came the Vermlander. He too forged a dozen nails which were quite perfect, and moreover he finished them in half the time that it took the Dalecarlian. When the judges saw this, they said to the Härjedal smith that it wouldn't be worth while for him to try, since he could not forge better than the Dalecarlian or faster than the Vermlander. "I shan't give up. There must be still another way of excelling," insisted the Härjedal smith. "He placed the iron on the anvil without heating it at the forge. He simply hammered it hot, and forged nail after nail without the use of either anvil or bellows. None of the judges had ever seen a blacksmith wield a hammer more masterfully, and the Härjedal smith was proclaimed the best in the land."
With these remarks Bataki subsided, and the boy grew even more thoughtful.
"I wonder what your purpose was in telling me that?" he queried. "The story dropped into my mind when I saw the old smithy again," said Bataki in an offhand manner. The two travellers rose again into the air, and the raven carried the boy southward till they came to Lillhärdal parish, where he alighted on a leafy mound at the top of a ridge. "I wonder if you know upon what mound you are standing?" said Bataki. The boy had to confess that he did not know. "This is a grave," said Bataki. "Beneath this mound lies the first settler in Härjedalen."
"Perhaps you have a story to tell of him too?" said the boy.
"I haven't heard much about him, but I think he was a Norwegian. He had served with the Norwegian king, got into bad graces, and had to flee the country. Later he went over to the Swedish king, who lived at Upsala, and took service with him. But after a time he asked for the hand of the king's sister in marriage, and when the king wouldn't give him such a high born bride, he eloped with her. By that time he had managed to get himself into such disfavour that it wasn't safe for him to live either in Norway or Sweden. And he did not wish to move to a foreign country. But there must still be a course open to me, he thought. With his servants and treasures he journeyed through Dalecarlia until he arrived in the desolate forests beyond the outskirts of the province. There he settled, built houses, and broke up land. Thus, you see, he was the first man to settle in this part of the country."
As the boy listened to the last story, he looked very serious.
"I wonder what your object is in telling me all this?" he repeated.
Bataki twisted and turned and screwed up his eyes, and it was some time before he answered the boy.
"Since we are here alone," he said finally, "I shall take this opportunity to question you regarding a certain matter. Have you ever tried to ascertain upon what terms the elf who transformed you was to restore you to a normal human being?"
"The only stipulation I've heard anything about was that I should take the white goosey gander up to Lapland and bring him back to Skåne safe and sound."
"I thought as much," said Bataki, "for when last we met, you talked confidently of there being nothing more contemptible than deceiving a friend who trusts one. You'd better ask Akka about the terms. You know, I dare say, that she was at your home and talked with the elf." Akka hasn't told me of this," said the boy wonderingly. "She must have thought that it was best for you not to know just what the elf did say. Naturally, she would rather help you than Morten Goosey Gander." "It is singular, Bataki, that you always have a way of making me feel unhappy and anxious," said the boy. "I dare say it might seem so," continued the raven, "but this time I believe that you will be grateful to me for telling you that the elf's words were to this effect: you were to become a normal human being again if you would bring back Morten Goosey Gander, that your mother might lay him on the block and chop his head off." The boy leaped up. "That's only one of your base fabrications!" he cried indignantly. "You can ask Akka yourself," said Bataki. "I see her coming up there with her whole flock. And don't forget what I have told you to day. There is usually a way out of all difficulties if only one can find it. I shall be interested to see what success you have." End of Legends from Härjedalen, read by Lars Rolander. Section 41 of the Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. Värmland and Dalsland. Wednesday, October 5th. Today the boy took advantage of the rest hour, when Akka was feeding apart from the other wild geese, to ask her if that which Bataki had related was true, and Akka could not deny it. The boy made the leader goose promise that she would not divulge the secret to Morten Goosey Gander. The big white gander was so brave and generous that he might do something rash were he to learn of the elf's stipulations. Later the boy sat on the goose back, glum and silent, and hung his head. He heard the wild geese call out to the goslings that now they were in Dalarne. They could see Städjan in the north, and that now they were flying over Österdal River to Hormon Lake and were coming to Vesterdal River. But the boy did not care even to glance at all this. "I shall probably travel around with the wild geese the rest of my life," he remarked to himself, "and I'm likely to see more of this land than I wish." He was quite as indifferent when the wild geese called out to him that now they had arrived in Värmland, and that the stream they were following southward was Klarälven. "I've seen so many rivers already," thought the boy. "Why bother to look at one more?" Even had he been more eager for sightseeing, there was not very much to be seen, for northern Värmland is nothing but vast, monotonous forest tracts, through which Klarälven winds, narrow and rich in rapids. Here and there one can see a charcoal kiln, a forest clearing, or a few low, chimneyless huts occupied by Finns. But the forest as a whole is so extensive one might fancy it was far up in Lapland. A little homestead. Thursday, October 6th. The wild geese followed Klarälven as far as the big iron foundries at Mångfors. Then they proceeded westward to Fryksdalen. Before they got to Lake Fryken, it began to grow dusky, and they lit in a little wet morass on a wooded hill. The morass was certainly a good night quarter for the wild geese, but the boy thought it dismal and rough, and wished for a better sleeping place. While he was still high in the air, he had noticed that below the ridge lay a number of farms, and with great haste he proceeded to seek them out. They were farther away than he had fancied, and several times he was tempted to turn back. Presently the woods became less dense, and he came to a road skirting the edge of the forest. From it branched a pretty birch bordered lane which led down to a farm, and immediately he hastened toward it. First the boy entered a farmyard as large as a city market place and enclosed by a long row of red houses. As he crossed the yard he saw another farm, where the dwelling house faced a gravel path and a wide lawn. Back of the house there was a garden thick with foliage. The dwelling itself was small and humble, but the garden was edged by a row of exceedingly tall mountain ash trees, so close together that they formed a real wall around it. It appeared to the boy as if he were come into a great high vaulted chamber, with a lovely blue sky for a ceiling. The mountain ash were thick with clusters of red berries. The grass plots were still green, of course, but that night there was a full moon, and as the bright moonlight fell upon the grass it looked as white as silver. No human being was in sight, and the boy could wander freely wherever he wished. When he was in the garden he saw something which almost put him in good humour. He had climbed a mountain ash to eat berries, but before he could reach a cluster he caught sight of a barberry bush, which was also full of berries. He slid along the ash branch and clambered up into the barberry bush. But he was no sooner there than he discovered a currant bush, on which still hung long red clusters. Next he saw that the garden was full of gooseberries and raspberries and dog rose bushes, that there was cabbages and turnips in the vegetable beds, and berries on every bush, seeds on the herbs and grain filled ears on every blade. And there on the path no, of course he could not mistake it was a big red apple which shone in the moonlight. The boy sat down at the side of the path, with a big red apple in front of him, and began cutting little pieces from it with his sheath knife. "It wouldn't be such a serious matter to be an elf all one's life, if it were always as easy to get good food as it is here," he thought. He sat and mused as he ate, wondering finally if it would not be as well for him to remain here and let the wild geese travel south without him. "I don't know for the life of me how I can ever explain to Morten Goosey Gander that I cannot go home," thought he. "It would be better were I to leave him altogether. I could gather provisions enough for the winter as well as the squirrels do. And if I were to live in a dark corner of the stable or the cowshed, I shouldn't freeze to death." Just as he was thinking this, he heard a light rustle over his head, and a second later something which resembled a birch stump stood on the ground beside him. The stump twisted and turned, and two bright dots on top of it glowed like coals of fire. It looked like some enchantment. However, the boy soon remarked that the stump had a hooked beak and big feather wreaths around its glowing eyes. Then he knew that this was no enchantment. "It is a real pleasure to meet a living creature," remarked the boy. "Perhaps you will be good enough to tell me the name of this place, Mrs. Brown Owl, and what sort of folk live here." That evening, as on all other evenings, the owl had perched on a rung of the big ladder propped against the roof, from which she had looked down toward the gravel walks and grass plots, watching for rats. Very much to her surprise, not a single grayskin had appeared. She saw instead something that looked like a human being, but much, much smaller, moving about in the garden. "That's the one who is scaring away the rats," thought the owl. "What in the world can it be? It's not a squirrel, nor a kitten, nor a weasel," she observed. "I suppose that a bird who has lived on an old place like this as long as I have ought to know about everything in the world. But this is beyond my comprehension," she concluded. She had been staring at the object that moved on the gravel path until her eyes burned. Finally curiosity got the better of her, and she flew down to the ground to have a closer view of the stranger. When the boy began to speak, the owl bent forward and looked him up and down. "He has neither claws nor horns," she remarked to herself. "Yet who knows but he may have a poisonous fang, or some even more dangerous weapon. I must try to find out what he passes for before I venture to touch him." "The place is called Mårbacka," said the owl, "and gentlefolk lived here once upon a time. But you, yourself, who are you?"
"I think of moving in here," volunteered the boy, without answering the owl's question. "Would it be possible, do you think?"
"Oh, yes, but it is not much of a place now compared to what it was once," said the owl. "You can weather it here, I dare say. It all depends upon what you expect to live on. Do you intend to take up the rat chase?"
"Oh, by no means!" declared the boy. "There is more fear of the rats eating me than that I shall do them any harm."
"It can't be that he is as harmless as he says," thought the brown owl. "All the same, I believe I'll make an attempt." She rose into the air, and in a second her claws were fastened in Nils Holgersson's shoulder, and she was trying to hack at his eyes. The boy shielded both eyes with one hand and tried to free himself with the other, at the same time calling with all his might for help. He realized that he was in a deadly peril, and thought that this time surely it was all over with him. Now I must tell you of a strange coincidence. The very year that Nils Holgersson travelled with the wild geese, there was a woman who thought of writing a book about Sweden, which would be suitable for children to read in the schools. She had thought of this from Christmas time until the following autumn, but not a line of the book had she written. At last she became so tired of the whole thing that she said to herself: "You are not fitted for such work. Sit down and compose stories and legends as usual, and let another write this book, which has got to be serious and instructive, and in which there must not be one untruthful word." It was as good as settled that she would abandon the idea. But she thought very naturally it would have been agreeable to write something beautiful about Sweden, and it was hard for her to relinquish her work. Finally it occurred to her that maybe it was because she lived in a city, with only gray streets and house walls around her, that she could make no headway with the writing. Perhaps if she were to go into the country, where she could see woods and fields, that it might go better. She was from Vermland, and it was perfectly clear to her that she wished to begin the book with that province. First of all she would write about the place where she had grown up. It was a little homestead, far removed from the great world, where many old time habits and customs were retained. She thought that it would be entertaining for children to hear of the manifold duties which had succeeded one another the year around. She wanted to tell them how they celebrated Christmas and New Year and Easter and Midsummer Day in her home, what kind of house furnishings they had, what the kitchen and larder were like, and how the cow shed, stable, lodge, and bath house had looked. But when she was to write about it, the pen would not move. Why this was, she could not in the least understand. Nevertheless, it was so. True, she remembered it all just as distinctly as if she were still living in the midst of it. She argued with herself that since she was going into the country anyway, perhaps she ought to make a little trip to the old homestead that she might see it again, before writing about it. She had not been there in many years, and did not think it half bad to have a reason for the journey. In fact, she had always longed to be there, no matter in what part of the world she happened to be. She had seen many places that were more pretentious and prettier, but nowhere could she find such comfort and protection as in the home of her childhood. It was not such an easy matter for her to go home as one might think, for the estate had been sold to people she did not know. She felt, to be sure, that they would receive her well, but she did not care to go to the old place to sit and talk with strangers, for she wanted to recall how it had been in times gone by. That was why she planned it so as to arrive there late in the evening, when the day's work was done and the people were indoors. She had never imagined that it would be so wonderful to come home. As she sat in the cart and drove toward the old homestead, she fancied that she was growing younger and younger every minute, and that soon she would no longer be an oldish person with hair that was turning gray, but a little girl in short skirts with a long flaxen braid. As she recognized each farm along the road, she could not picture anything else than that everything at home would be as in bygone days. Her father and mother and brothers and sisters would be standing on the porch to welcome her. The old housekeeper would run to the kitchen window to see who was coming, and Nero and Freja and another dog or two would come bounding and jumping up on her. The nearer she approached the place, the happier she felt. It was autumn, which meant a busy time with a round of duties. It must have been all these varying duties which prevented home from ever being monotonous. All along the way the farmers were digging potatoes, and probably they would be doing likewise at her home. That meant that they must begin immediately to grate potatoes and make potato flour. The autumn had been a mild one. She wondered if everything in the garden had already been stored. The cabbages were still out, but perhaps the hops had been picked and all the apples. It would be well if they were not having house cleaning at home. Autumn fair time was drawing nigh. Everywhere the cleaning and scouring had to be done before the fair opened. That was regarded as a great event, more especially by the servants. It was a pleasure to go into the kitchen on market eve and see the newly scoured floor strewn with juniper twigs, the whitewashed walls, and the shining copper utensils which were suspended from the ceiling. Even after the fair festivities were over, there would not be much of a breathing spell, for then came the work on the flax. During dog days the flax had been spread out on a meadow to mould. Now it was laid in the old bath house, where the stove was lighted to dry it out. When it was dry enough to handle, all the women in the neighbourhood were called together. They sat outside the bath house and picked the flax to pieces. Then they beat it with swingles to separate the fine white fibres from the dry stems. As they worked, the women grew gray with dust. Their hair and clothing were covered with flaxseed, but they did not seem to mind it. All day the swingles pounded, and the chatter went on, so that when one went near the old bath house, it sounded as if a blustering storm had broken loose there. After the work with the flax came the big hardtack baking, the sheep shearing, and the servants' moving time. In November there were busy slaughter days, with salting of meats, sausage making, baking of blood pudding, and candle steeping. The seamstresses who used to make up their homespun dresses had to come at this time, of course, and those were always two pleasant weeks, when the women folk sat together and busied themselves with sewing. The cobbler, who made shoes for the entire household, sat working at the same time in the manservants' quarters, and one never tired of watching him as he cut the leather and soled and heeled the shoes, and put eyelets in the shoestring holes. But the greatest rush came around Christmas time. Lucia Day, when the housemaid went about dressed in white with candles in her hair, and served coffee to everybody at 5 in the morning, came as a sort of reminder that for the next 2 weeks they could not count on much sleep. For now they must brew the Christmas ale, steep the Christmas fish in lye, and do their Christmas baking and Christmas scouring. She was in the middle of the baking, with pans of Christmas buns and cooky platters all around her, when the driver drew in the reins at the end of the lane as she had requested. She started like one suddenly awakened from a sound sleep. It was dismal for her, who had just dreamed herself surrounded by all her people, to be sitting alone in the late evening. As she stepped from the wagon and started to walk up the long lane that she might come unobserved to her old home, She felt so keenly the contrast between then and now that she would have preferred to turn back. "Of what use is it to come here?" she sighed. "It can't be the same as in the old days." On the other hand, she felt that since she had travelled such a long distance, she would see the place at all events, so continued to walk on, although she was more depressed with every step that she took. She had heard that it was very much changed, and it certainly was. But she did not observe this now in the evening. She thought rather that everything was quite the same. There was the pond, which in her youth had been full of carp, and where no one dared fish, because it was father's wish that the carp should be left in peace. Over there were the men servants' quarters, the larder and barn, with the farmyard bell over one gable and the weather vane over the other. The house yard was like a circular room, with no outlook in any direction, as it had been in her father's time, for he had not the heart to cut down as much as a bush. She lingered in the shadow under the big mountain ash at the entrance to the farm, and stood looking about her. As she stood there, a strange thing happened. A flock of doves came and lit beside her. She could hardly believe that they were real birds, for doves are not in the habit of moving about after sundown. It must have been the beautiful moonlight that had awakened these. They must have thought it was dawn and flown from their dove cotes, only to become confused, hardly knowing where they were. When they saw a human being, they flew over to her as if she would set them right. There had been many flocks of doves at the manor when her parents lived there, for the doves were among the creatures which her father had taken under his special care. If one ever mentioned the killing of a dove, it put him in a bad humour. She was pleased that the pretty birds had come to meet her in the old home. Who could tell but the doves had flown out in the night to show her they had not forgotten that once upon a time they had a good home there. Perhaps her father had sent his birds with a greeting to her, so that she would not feel so sad and lonely when she came to her former home. As she thought of this, there welled up within her such an intense longing for the old times that her eyes filled with tears. Life had been beautiful in this place. They had had weeks of work, broken by many holiday festivities. They had toiled hard all day, but at evening they had gathered around the lamp and read Tegnér and Runeberg, Fru Lenngren and Mamsell Bremer. They had cultivated grain, but also roses and jasmine. They had spun flax, but had sung folk songs as they spun. They had worked hard at their history and grammar, but they had also played theatre and written verses. They had stood at the kitchen stove and prepared food, but had learned also to play the flute and guitar, the violin and piano. They had planted cabbages and turnips, peas and beans in one garden, but they had another full of apples and pears and all kinds of berries. They had lived by themselves, and this was why so many stories and legends were stowed away in their memories. They had worn homespun clothes, but they had also been able to lead carefree and independent lives. Nowhere else in the world do they know how to get so much out of life as they did at one of these little homesteads in my childhood, she thought. There was just enough work and just enough play, and every day there was a joy. How I should love to come back here again! Now that I have seen the place, it is hard to leave it. Then she turned to the flock of doves and said to them, laughing at herself all the while: "Won't you fly to father and tell him that I long to come home? I have wandered long enough in strange places. Ask him if he can't arrange it so that I may soon turn back to my childhood's home." The moment she had said this, the flock of doves rose and flew away. She tried to follow them with her eyes, but they vanished instantly. It was as if the whole white company had dissolved in the shimmering air. The doves had only just gone when she heard a couple of piercing cries from the garden, and as she hastened thither she saw a singular sight. There stood a tiny midget no taller than a hand's breadth, struggling with a brown owl. At first she was so astonished that she could not move, but when the midget cried more and more pitifully, she stepped up quickly and parted the fighters. The owl swung herself into a tree, but the midget stood on the gravel path without attempting either to hide or to run away. "Thanks for your help," he said, "but it was very stupid of you to let the owl escape. I can't get away from here because she's sitting up in the tree watching me." "It was thoughtless of me to let her go. But to make amends, can't I accompany you to your home?" asked she who wrote stories, somewhat surprised to think that in this unexpected fashion she had got into conversation with one of the tiny folk. Still she was not so much surprised after all. It was as if all the while she had been awaiting some extraordinary experience, while she walked in the moonlight outside her old home. "The fact is, I had thought of stopping here over night," said the midget. "If you will only show me a safe sleeping place, I shall not be obliged to return to the forest before daybreak." "Must I show you a place to sleep? Are you not at home here?" "I understand that you take me for one of the tiny folk," said the midget, "but I am a human being like yourself, although I have been transformed by an elf." "That is the most remarkable thing I have ever heard. Wouldn't you like to tell me how you happened to get into such a plight?" The boy did not mind telling her of his adventures, and as the narrative proceeded, she who listened to him grew more and more astonished and happy. "What luck to run across one who has travelled all over Sweden on the back of a goose," thought she. "Just this which he is relating I shall write down in my book. Now I need worry no more over that matter. It was well that I came home. To think that I should find such help as soon as I came to the old place!" Instantly another thought flashed into her mind. She had sent word to her father by the doves that she longed for home, and almost immediately she had received help in the matter she had pondered so long. Might not this be her father's answer to her prayer? End of Värmland and Dalsland, read by Lars Rolander. Section 42 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. The Treasure on the Island. On their way to the sea, Friday, October 7th. From the very start of the autumn trip the wild geese had flown straight south, but when they left Fryksdalen they veered in another direction, travelling over western Värmland and Dalsland toward Bohuslän. That was a jolly trip. The goslings were now so used to flying that they complained no more of fatigue, and the boy was fast recovering his good humour. He was glad that he had talked with a human being. He felt encouraged when she said to him that if he were to continue doing good to all whom he met, as heretofore, it could not end badly for him. She was not able to tell him how to get back his natural form, but she had given him a little hope and assurance, which inspired the boy to think out a way to prevent the big white gander from going home. "Do you know, Morten Goosey Gander, that it will be rather monotonous for us to stay at home all winter after having been on a trip like this?" he said as they were flying far up in the air. "I'm sitting here thinking that we ought to go abroad with the geese." "Surely you are not in earnest?" said the goosey gander. Since he had proved to the wild geese his ability to travel with them all the way to Lapland, he was perfectly satisfied to get back to the goose pen in Holger Nilsson's cowshed. The boy sat silently a while and gazed down on Vermland, where the birch woods, leafy groves, and gardens were clad in red and yellow autumn colours. "I don't think I've ever seen the earth beneath us as lovely as it is to day," he finally remarked. "The lakes are like blue satin bands. Don't you think it would be a pity to settle down in West Vemminghög and never see any more of the world?"
I thought you wanted to go home to your mother and father and show them what a splendid boy you had become," said the goosey gander.
All summer he had been dreaming of what a proud moment it would be for him when he should alight in the house yard before Holger Nilsson's cabin, and show Dunfin and the 6 goslings to the geese and chickens, the cows and the cat, and to Mother Holger Nilsson herself, so that he was not very happy over the boy's proposal. "Now, Morten Goosey Gander, don't you think yourself that it would be hard never to see anything more that is beautiful?" said the boy.
"I would rather see the fat grain fields of Söderslätt than these lean hills," answered the goosey gander. "But you must know very well that if you really wish to continue the trip, I can't be parted from you."
"That is just the answer I had expected from you," said the boy, and his voice betrayed that he was relieved of a great anxiety. Later, when they travelled over Bohuslän, the boy observed that the mountain stretches were more continuous. The valleys were more like little ravines blasted in the rock foundation, while the long lakes at their base were as black as if they had come from the underworld. This, too, was a glorious country, and as the boy saw it, with now a strip of sun, now a shadow, he thought that there was something strange and wild about it. He knew not why, but the idea came to him that once upon a time there were many strong and brave heroes in these mystical regions who had passed through many dangerous and daring adventures. The old passion of wanting to share in all sorts of wonderful adventures awoke in him. "I might possibly miss not being in danger of my life at least once every day or two," he thought. "Anyhow, it's best to be content with things as they are." He did not speak of this idea to the big white gander, because the geese were now flying over Bohuslän with all the speed they could muster, and the goosey gander was puffing so hard that he would not have had the strength to reply. The sun was far down on the horizon and disappeared every now and then behind a hill. Still the geese kept forging ahead. Finally, in the west they saw a shining strip of light which grew broader and broader with every wing stroke. Soon the sea spread before them, milk white with a shimmer of rose red and sky blue, and when they had circled past the coast cliffs, they saw the sun again, as it hung over the sea, big and red and ready to plunge into the waves. As the boy gazed at the broad, endless sea and the red evening sun, which had such a kindly glow that he dared to look straight at it, he felt a sense of peace and calm penetrate his soul. "It's not worth while to be sad, Nils Holgersson," said the sun. "This is a beautiful world to live in, both for big and little. It is also good to be free and happy, and to have a great dome of open sky above you." THE GIFT OF THE WILD GEESE. The geese stood sleeping on a little rock islet just beyond Fjällbacka. When it drew on toward midnight and the moon hung high in the heavens, old Akka shook the sleepiness out of her eyes. After that she walked around and awakened Yksi and Kaksi, Kolme and Nelje, Viisi and Kuusi. And last of all she gave Thumbietot a nudge with her bill that startled him. "What is it, Mother Akka?" he asked, springing up in alarm.
"Nothing serious," assured the leader goose. "It's just this: we 7 who have been long together,
want to fly a short distance out to the sea to night, and we wondered if you would care to come with us." The boy knew that Akka would not have proposed this move had there not been something important on foot, so he promptly seated himself on her back. The flight was straight west. The wild geese first flew over a belt of large and small islands near the coast, then over a broad expanse of open sea till they reached the large cluster known as the Väder Islands. All of them were low and rocky, and in the moonlight one could see that they were rather large. Akka looked at one of the smallest islands and alighted there. It consisted of a round gray stone hill with a wide cleft across it, into which the sea had cast fine white sea sand and a few shells. As the boy slid from the goose's back, he noticed something quite close to him that looked like a jagged stone. But almost at once he saw that it was a big vulture which had chosen the rock island for a night harbour. Before the boy had time to wonder at the geese recklessly alighting so near a dangerous enemy, the bird flew up to them, and the boy recognized Gorgo, the eagle. Evidently Akka and Gorgo had arranged the meeting, for neither of them was taken by surprise. "This was good of you, Gorgo," said Akka. "I didn't expect that you would be at the meeting place ahead of us. Have you been here long?" "I came early in the evening," replied Gorgo, "but I fear that the only praise I deserve is for keeping my appointment with you. I've not been very successful in carrying out the orders you gave me." "I'm sure, Gorgo, that you have done more than you care to admit," assured Akka. "But before you relate your experiences on the trip, I shall ask Thumbietot to help me find something which is supposed to be buried on this island." The boy stood gazing admiringly at two beautiful shells, but when Akka spoke his name, he glanced up. "You must have wondered, Thumbietot, why we turned out of our course to fly here to the West Sea," said Akka. "To be frank, I did think it strange," answered the boy. "But I knew, of course, that you always have some good reason for whatever you do." "You have a good opinion of me," returned Akka, "but I almost fear you will lose it now, for it is very probable that we have made this journey in vain. Many years ago it happened that two of the other old geese and myself encountered frightful storms during a spring flight and were wind driven to this island. When we discovered that there was only open sea before us, we feared we should be swept so far out that we should never find our way back to land. So we lay down on the waves between these bare cliffs, where the storm compelled us to remain for several days. We suffered terribly from hunger. Once we ventured up to the cleft on this island in search of food. We couldn't find a green blade, but we saw a number of securely tied bags half buried in the sand. We hoped to find grain in the bags and pulled and tugged at them till we tore the cloth. However, no grain poured out, but shining gold pieces. For such things we wild geese had no use, so we left them where they were. We haven't thought of the find in all these years, but this autumn something has come up to make us wish for gold. We do not know that the treasure is still here, but we have travelled all this way to ask you to look into the matter." With a shell in either hand, the boy jumped down into the cleft and began to scoop up the sand. He found no bags, but when he had made a deep hole, he heard the clink of metal, and saw that he had come upon a gold piece. Then he dug with his fingers and felt many coins in the sand. So he hurried back to Akka. "The bags have rotted and fallen apart," he exclaimed, "and the money lies scattered all through the sand." "That's well," said Akka. "Now fill in the hole and smooth it over so no one will notice the sand has been disturbed." The boy did as he was told, but when he came up from the cleft he was astonished to see that the wild geese were lined up, with Akka in the lead, and were marching toward him with great solemnity. The geese paused in front of him, and all bowed their heads many times, looking so grave that he had to doff his cap and make an obeisance to them. "The fact is," said Akka, "we old geese have been thinking that if Thumbietot had been in the service of human beings and had done as much for them as he has for us, they would not let him go without rewarding him well." "I haven't helped you. It is you who have taken good care of me," returned the boy. "We think also," continued Akka, "that when a human being has attended us on a whole journey, he shouldn't be allowed to leave us as poor as when he came." "I know that what I have learned this year with you is worth more to me than gold or lands," said the boy. "Since these gold coins have been lying unclaimed in the cleft all these years, I think that you ought to have them," declared the wild goose. "I thought you said something about needing this money yourselves," reminded the boy. "We do need it so as to be able to give you such recompense as will make your mother and father think you have been working as a goose boy with worthy people." The boy turned half round and cast a glance toward the sea, then faced about and looked straight into Akka's bright eyes. "I think it strange, Mother Akka, that you turn me away from your service like this and pay me off before I have given you notice," he said. "As long as we wild geese remain in Sweden, I trust that you will stay with us," said Akka. "I only wanted to show you where the treasure was while we could get to it without going too far out of our course." "All the same, it looks as if you wish to be rid of me before I want to go," argued Thumbietot. "After all the good times we have had together, I think you ought to let me go abroad with you." When the boy said this, Akka and the other wild geese stretched their long necks straight up and stood a moment, with bills half open, drinking in air. "That is something I haven't thought about," said Akka, when she recovered herself. "Before you decide to come with us, we had better hear what Gorgo has to say. You may as well know that when we left Lapland, the agreement between Gorgo and myself was that he should travel to your home down in Skåne to try to make better terms for you with the elf." "That is true," affirmed Gorgo, "but as I have already told you, luck was against me. I soon hunted up Holger Nilsson's croft, and after circling up and down over the place a couple of hours, I caught sight of the elf skulking along between the sheds. Immediately I swooped down upon him and flew off with him to a meadow where we could talk together without interruption. I told him that I had been sent by Akka from Kebnekaise to ask if he couldn't give Nils Holgersson easier terms. 'I only wish I could,' he answered, 'for I have heard that he has conducted himself well on the trip, but it is not in my power to do so.' Then I was wrathy and said that I would bore out his eyes unless he gave in. 'You may do as you like,' he retorted, 'but as to Nils Holgersson, it will turn out exactly as I have said. You can tell him from me that he would do well to return soon with his goose, for matters on the farm are in a bad shape. His father has had to forfeit a bond for his brother, whom he trusted. He has bought a horse with borrowed money, and the beast went lame the first time he drove it. Since then it has been of no earthly use to him. Tell Nils Holgersson that his parents have had to sell 2 of the cows, and that they must give up the croft unless they receive help from somewhere.'" When the boy heard this, he frowned and clenched his fists so hard that the nails dug into his flesh. "It is cruel of the elf to make the conditions so hard for me that I can not go home and relieve my parents. But he shan't turn me into a traitor to a friend. My father and mother are square and upright folk. I know they would rather forfeit my help than have me come back to them with a guilty conscience." End of The Treasure on the Island, read by Lars Rolander. Section 43 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. The Journey to Vemminghög. Thursday, November 3rd. One day in the beginning of November the wild geese flew over Halland Ridge and into Skåne. For several weeks they had been resting on the wide plains around Falköping. As many other wild goose flocks also stopped there, the grown geese had had a pleasant time visiting with old friends, and there had been all kinds of games and races between the younger birds. Nils Holgersson had not been happy over the delay in Västergötland. He had tried to keep a stout heart, but it was hard for him to reconcile himself to his fate. "If I were only well out of Skåne and in some foreign land," he had thought, "I should know for certain that I had nothing to hope for, and would feel easier in my mind." Finally, one morning the geese started out and flew toward Halland. In the beginning the boy took very little interest in that province. He thought there was nothing new to be seen there. But when the wild geese continued the journey farther south, along the narrow coastlands, the boy leaned over the goose's neck and did not take his glance from the ground. He saw the hills gradually disappear and the plain spread under him. At the same time he noticed that the coast became less rugged, while the group of islands beyond thinned and finally vanished, and the broad open sea came clear up to the firm land. Here there were no more forests. Here the plain was supreme. It spread all the way to the horizon. A land that lay so exposed, with field upon field, reminded the boy of Skåne. He felt both happy and sad as he looked at it. "I can't be very far from home," he thought. Many times during the trip the goslings had asked the old geese, "How does it look in foreign lands?" "Wait, wait, you shall soon see," the old geese had answered. When the wild geese had passed Halland Ridge and gone a distance into Skåne, Akka called out: "Now look down! Look all around! It is like this in foreign lands." Just then they flew over Söder Ridge. The whole long range of hills was clad in beech woods, and beautiful turreted castles peeped out here and there. Among the trees grazed roebuck, and on the forest meadow romped the hares. Hunters' horns sounded from the forests. The loud baying of dogs could be heard all the way up to the wild geese. Broad avenues wound through the trees, and on these ladies and gentlemen were driving in polished carriages, or riding fine horses. At the foot of the ridge lay Ring Lake, with the ancient Bosjö cloister on a narrow peninsula. "Does it look like this in foreign lands?" asked the goslings. "It looks exactly like this wherever there are forest clad ridges," replied Akka. "Only one doesn't see many of them. Wait, you shall see how it looks in general." Akka led the geese farther south to the great Skåne plain. There it spread, with grain fields, with acres and acres of sugar beets, where the beet pickers were at work, with low whitewashed farm and outhouses, with numberless little white churches, with ugly gray sugar refineries, and small villages near the railway stations. Little beech encircled meadow lakes, each of them adorned by its own stately manor, shimmered here and there. "Now look down! Look carefully!" called the leader goose. "Thus it is in foreign lands, from the Baltic coast all the way down to the high Alps. Farther than that I have never travelled." When the goslings had seen the plain, the leader goose flew down the Öresund coast. Swampy meadows sloped gradually toward the sea. In some places were high, steep banks; in others drift sand fields, where the sand lay heaped in banks and hills. Fishing hamlets stood all along the coast, with long rows of low, uniform brick houses, with a lighthouse at the edge of the breakwater, and brown fishing nets hanging in the drying yard. "Now look down! Look well! This is how it looks along the coasts in foreign lands." After Akka had been flying about in this manner a long time, she alighted suddenly on a marsh in Vemminghög township, and the boy could not help thinking that she had travelled over Skåne just to let him see that his was a country which could compare favourably with any in the world. This was unnecessary, for the boy was not thinking of whether the country was rich or poor. From the moment he had seen the first willow grove, his heart ached with homesickness. End of the journey to Vemminghög, read by Lars Rolander. Section 44 of the Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. Home at last. Tuesday, November 8th. The atmosphere was dull and hazy. The wild geese had been feeding on the big meadow around Skerup church, and were having their noonday rest, when Akka came up to the boy. "It looks as if we should have calm weather for a while," she remarked, "and I think we'll cross the Baltic to morrow." "Indeed!" said the boy abruptly, for his throat contracted so that he could hardly speak. All along he had cherished the hope that he would be released from the enchantment while he was still in Skåne. "We are quite near West Vemminghög now," said Akka, "and I thought that perhaps you might like to go home for a while. It may be some time before you have another opportunity to see your people." "Perhaps I had better not," said the boy hesitatingly, but something in his voice betrayed that he was glad of Akka's proposal. "If the goosey gander remains with us, no harm can come to him," Akka assured. "I think you had better find out how your parents are getting along. You might be of some help to them, even if you're not a normal boy." "You're right, Mother Akka. I should have thought of that long ago," said the boy impulsively. The next second he and the leader goose were on their way to his home. It was not long before Akka alighted behind the stone hedge encircling the little farm. "Strange how natural everything looks around here," the boy remarked, quickly clambering to the top of the hedge, so that he could look about. "It seems to me only yesterday that I first saw you come flying through the air." "I wonder if your father has a gun," said Akka suddenly. "You may be sure he has," returned the boy. It was just the gun that kept me at home that Sunday morning when I should have been at church." "Then I don't dare to stand here and wait for you," said Akka. "You had better meet us at Smygehuk early to morrow morning, so that you may stay at home overnight." "Oh, don't go yet, Mother Akka!" begged the boy, jumping from the hedge. He could not tell just why it was, but he felt as if something would happen, either to the wild goose or to himself, to prevent their future meeting. "No doubt you see that I am distressed because I cannot get back my right form, but I want to say to you that I don't regret having gone with you last spring," he added. "I would rather forfeit the chance of ever being human again than to have missed that trip." Akka breathed quickly before she answered. "There is a little matter I should have mentioned to you before this, but since you are not going back to your home for good, I thought there was no hurry about it. Still, it may as well be said now." "You know very well that I am always glad to do your bidding," said the boy. "If you have learned anything at all from us, Thumbietot, you no longer think that the humans should have the whole earth to themselves," said the wild goose solemnly. "Remember, you have a large country, and you can easily afford to leave a few bare rocks, a few shallow lakes and swamps, a few desolate cliffs and remote forests to us poor, dumb creatures, where we can be allowed to live in peace. All my days I have been hounded and hunted. It would be a comfort to know that there is a refuge somewhere for one like me." "Indeed, I should be glad to help if I could," said the boy, "but it is not likely that I shall ever again have any influence among human beings." "Well, we're standing here talking as if we were never to meet again," said Akka. "But we shall see each other to morrow, of course. Now I'll return to my flock." She spread her wings and started to fly, but came back and stroked Thumbietot up and down with her bill before she flew away. It was broad daylight, but no human being moved on the farm, and the boy could go where he pleased. He hastened to the cowshed, because he knew that he could get the best information from the cows. It looked rather barren in their shed. In the spring there had been 3 fine cows there, but now there was only one, Mayrose. It was quite apparent that she yearned for her comrades. Her head drooped sadly, and she had hardly touched the feed in her crib. "Good day, Mayrose," said the boy, running fearlessly into her stall. "How are mother and father? How are the cat and the chickens? What has become of Star and Gold Lily?" When Mayrose heard the boy's voice, she started and appeared as if she were going to gore him. But she was not so quick tempered now as formerly, and took time to look well at Nils Holgersson. He was just as little now as when he went away, and wore the same clothes, yet he was completely changed. The Nils Holgersson that went away in the spring had a heavy, slow gait, a drawling speech, and sleepy eyes. The one that had come back was lithe and alert, ready of speech, and had eyes that sparkled and danced. He had a confident bearing that commanded respect, little as he was. Although he himself did not look happy, he inspired happiness in others.
"Moo!" bellowed Mayrose. "They told me that he was changed, but I couldn't believe it. Welcome home, Nils Holgersson! Welcome home! This is the first glad moment I have known for ever so long."
"Thank you, Mayrose," said the boy, who was very happy to be so well received. "Now tell me about father and mother."
"They have had nothing but hardship ever since you went away," said Mayrose. "The horse has been a costly care all summer, for he has stood in the stable the whole time, and not earned his feed. Your father is too soft-hearted to shoot him, and he can't sell him. It was on account of the horse that both Star and Gold Lily had to be sold." There was something else the boy wanted badly to know, but he was diffident about asking the question point blank. Therefore he said: "Mother must have felt very sorry when she discovered that Morten Goosey Gander had flown." "She wouldn't have worried much about Morten Goosey Gander, had she known the way he came to leave. She grieves most at the thought of her son having run away from home with the goosey gander."
"Does she really think that I stole the goosey gander?" said the boy.
"What else could she think?"
"Father and mother must fancy that I've been roaming about the country like a common tramp."
"They think that you've gone to the dogs," said Mayrose. "They have mourned you as one mourns the loss of the dearest thing on earth."
As soon as the boy heard this, he rushed from the cowshed and down to the stable. It was small, but clean and tidy. Everything showed that his father had tried to make the place comfortable for the new horse. In the stall stood a strong, fine animal that looked well fed and well cared for. "Good day to you," said the boy. "I have heard that there's a sick horse in here. Surely it can't be you, who look so healthy and strong?" The horse turned his head and stared fixedly at the boy.
"Are you the son?" he queried. "I have heard many bad reports of him, but you have such a good face. I couldn't believe that you were he, did I not know that he was transformed into an elf."
"I know that I left a bad name behind me when I went away from the farm," admitted Nils Holgersson. "My own mother thinks I'm a thief, but what matters it? I shan't tarry here long. Meanwhile, I want to know what ails you."
"Pity you are not going to stay," said the horse, "for I have the feeling that you and I might become good friends. I've got something in my foot, the point of a knife or something sharp. That's all that ails me. It has gone so far in that the doctor can't find it, but it cuts so that I can't walk. If you would only tell your father what's wrong with me, I'm sure that he could help me. I should like to be of some use. I really feel ashamed to stand here and feed without doing any work."
"It's well that you have no real illness," remarked Nils Holgersson. "I must attend to this at once, so that you will be all right again. You don't mind if I do a little scratching on your hoof with my knife, do you?" Nils Holgersson had just finished when he heard the sound of voices. He opened the stable door a little and peeped out. His father and mother were coming down the lane. It was easy to see that they were broken by many sorrows. His mother had many lines on her face, and his father's hair had turned gray. She was talking with him about getting a loan from her brother in law. "No, I don't want to borrow any more money," his father said as they were passing the stable. "There's nothing quite so hard as being in debt. It would be better to sell the cabin." "If it were not for the boy, I shouldn't mind selling it," his mother demurred. "But what will become of him if he returns some day, wretched and poor as he's likely to be, and we not here?"
"You're right about that," the father agreed. "But we shall have to ask the folks who take the place to receive him kindly, and to let him know that he's welcome back to us. We shan't say a harsh word to him, no matter what he may be, shall we, mother?"
"No, indeed! If I only had him again, so that I could be certain he is not starving and freezing on the highways, I'd ask nothing more." Then his father and mother went in, and the boy heard no more of their conversation. He was happy and deeply moved when he knew that they loved him so dearly, although they believed he had gone astray. He longed to rush into their arms. But perhaps it would be an even greater sorrow were they to see me as I now am. While he stood there hesitating, a cart drove up to the gate. The boy smothered a cry of surprise, for who should step from the cart and go into the house yard but Osa, the goose girl, and her father. They walked hand in hand toward the cabin. When they were about halfway there, Osa stopped her father and said: "Now remember, father, you are not to mention the wooden shoe, or the geese, or the little brownie who was so like Nils Holgersson that if it was not himself it must have had some connection with him."
Certainly not, said John Esserson. I shall only say that their son has been of great help to you on several occasions when you were trying to find me, and that therefore we have come to ask if we can't do them a service in return. Since I'm rich man now, I have more than I need, thanks to the mine I discovered up in Lapland.
"I know, father, that you can say the right thing in the right way," Osa commended. "It's only that one particular thing that I don't wish you to mention." They went into the cabin, and the boy would have liked to hear what they talked about in there, but he dared not venture near the house. It was not long before they came out again, and his father and mother accompanied them as far as the gate. His parents were strangely happy. They appeared to have gained a new hold on life. When the visitors were gone, father and mother lingered at the gate, gazing after them. "I don't feel unhappy any longer, since I've heard so much that is good of our Nils," said his mother.
Perhaps he got more praise than he really deserved, put in his father thoughtfully.
"Wasn't it enough for you that they came here specially to say that they wanted to help us because our Nils had served them in many ways? I think, father, that you should have accepted their offer."
No, mother, I don't wish to accept money from anyone, either as a gift or a loan. In the first place, I want to free myself from all debt. Then we will work our way up again. We are not so very old, are we, mother?"
The father laughed heartily as he said this. "I believe you think it will be fun to sell this place upon which we have expended such a lot of time and hard work," protested the mother.
"Oh, you know why I'm laughing," the father retorted. "It was the thought of the boys having gone to the bad that weighed me down until I had no strength or courage left in me. Now that I know he still lives and has turned out well, you'll see that Holger Nilsson has some grit left."
The mother went in alone, and the boy made haste to hide in a corner, for his father walked into the stable. He went over to the horse and examined its hoof, as usual, to try to discover what was wrong with it.
"What's this?"
he cried, discovering some letters scratched on the hoof.
"Remove the sharp piece of iron from the foot,"
He read and glanced around inquiringly. However, he ran his fingers along the underside of the hoof and looked at it carefully.
"I verily believe there is something sharp here," he said.
While his father was busy with the horse and the boy sat huddled in a corner, it happened that other callers came to the farm. The fact was that when Morten Goosey Gander found himself so near his old home, he simply could not resist the temptation of showing his wife and children to his old companions on the farm. So he took Dunfin and the goslings along and made for home. There was not a soul in the barnyard when the goosey gander came along. He alighted confidently, walked all around the place, and showed Dunfin how luxuriously he had lived when he was a tame goose. When they had viewed the entire farm, he noticed that the door of the cowshed was open.
"Look in here a moment," he said. "Then you will see how I lived in former days. It was very different from camping in swamps and morasses, as we do now."
The goosey gander stood in the doorway and looked into the cowshed.
"There's not a soul in here," he said. "Come along, Dunfin, and you shall see the goose pen. Don't be afraid, there's no danger."
Forthwith the goosey gander, Dunfin, and all 6 goslings waddled into the goose pen, to have a look at the elegance and comfort in which the big white gander had lived before he joined the wild geese.
"This is the way it used to be. Here was my place, and over there was the trough, which was always filled with oats and water," explained the goosey gander. "Wait, there's some fodder in it now."
With that he rushed to the trough and began to gobble up the oats. But Dunfin was nervous. "Let's go out again," she said.
"Only 2 more grains," insisted the goosey gander.
The next second he let out a shriek and ran for the door, but it was too late. The door slammed. The mistress stood without and bolted it. They were locked in. The father had removed a sharp piece of iron from the horse's hoof, and stood contentedly stroking the animal, when the mother came running into the stable. "Come, father, and see the capture I've made."
"Now wait a minute," said the father. "Look here first. I have discovered what ailed the horse."
"I believe our luck has turned," said the mother. "Only fancy! The big white goosey gander that disappeared last spring must have gone off with the wild geese. He has come back to us in company with 7 wild geese. They walked straight into the goose pen, and I've shut them all in."
"That's extraordinary," remarked the father. "But best of all is that we don't have to think any more that our boy stole the goosey gander when he went away."
"You're quite right, father," she said. "But I'm afraid we'll have to kill them to night. In 2 days is Morten Goose Day, and we must make haste if we expect to get them to market in time."
Footnote: in Sweden, the 10th of November is called Morten Goose Day, and corresponds to the American Thanksgiving Day. "I think it would be outrageous to butcher the goosey gander, now that he is returned to us with such a large family," protested Holger Nilsson.
"If times were easier, we'd let him live. But since we're going to move from here, we can't keep geese. Come along now and help me carry them into the kitchen," urged the mother. They went out together, and in a few moments the boy saw his father coming along with Morten Goosey Gander and Dunfin, one under each arm. He and his wife went into the cabin. The goosey gander cried: "Thumbietot, come and help me!" as he always did when in peril, although he was not aware that the boy was at hand. Nils Holgersson heard him, yet he lingered at the door of the cowshed. He did not hesitate because he knew that it would be well for him if the goosey gander were beheaded. At that moment he did not even remember this, but because he shrank from being seen by his parents. "They have had a hard time enough of it already," he thought. "Must I bring them a new sorrow?" But when the door closed on the goosey gander, the boy was aroused. He dashed across the house yard, sprang up on the boardwalk leading to the entrance door, and ran into the hallway, where he kicked off his wooden shoes in the old accustomed way, and walked toward the door. All the while it went so much against the grain to appear before his father and mother that he could not raise his hand to knock. "But this concerns the life of the goosey gander," he said to himself. "He who has been my best friend ever since I last stood here." In a twinkling the boy remembered all that he and the goosey gander had suffered on ice bound lakes and stormy seas, and among wild beasts of prey. His heart swelled with gratitude. He conquered himself and knocked on the door.
"Is there someone who wishes to come in?" asked his father, opening the door.
"Mother, you shan't touch the goosey gander!" cried the boy. Instantly both the goosey gander and Dunfin, who lay on a bench with their feet tied, gave a cry of joy, so that he was sure they were alive. Someone else gave a cry of joy. His mother! "My, but you have grown tall and handsome!" she exclaimed. The boy had not entered the cabin, but was standing on the doorstep, like one who is not quite certain how he will be received. "The Lord be praised that I have you back again!" said his mother, laughing and crying. "Come in, my boy, come in!"
"Welcome,"
added his father, and not another word could he utter. But the boy still lingered at the threshold. He could not comprehend why they were so glad to see him, such as he was. Then his mother came and put her arms around him, and drew him into the room, and he knew that he was all right. "Mother and father!" he cried. "I am a big boy! I am a human being again!" End of Home at Last, read by Lars Rolander. Section 45 of The Wonderful Adventures of Nils. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by Selma Lagerlöf. Translated by Velma Swanston Howard. The Parting with the Wild Geese. Wednesday, November 9th. The boy arose before dawn and wandered down to the coast. He was standing alone on the strand east of Smyge fishing hamlet before sunrise. He had already been in the pen with Morten Goosey Gander to try to rouse him, but the big white gander had no desire to leave home. He did not say a word, but only stuck his bill under his wing and went to sleep again. To all appearances the weather promised to be almost as perfect as it had been that spring day when the wild geese came to Skåne. There was hardly a ripple on the water. The air was still, and the boy thought of the good passage the geese would have. He himself was as yet in a kind of daze, sometimes thinking he was an elf, sometimes a human being. When he saw a stone hedge alongside the road, he was afraid to go farther until he had made sure that no wild animal or vulture lurked behind it. Very soon he laughed to himself and rejoiced because he was big and strong, and did not have to be afraid of anything. When he reached the coast, he stationed himself, big as he was, at the very edge of the strand, so that the wild geese could see him. It was a busy day for the birds of passage. Bird calls sounded on the air continuously. The boy smiled as he thought that no one but himself understood what the birds were saying to one another. Presently the wild geese came flying, one big flock following another. "Just so it's not my geese that are going away without bidding me farewell," he thought. He wanted so much to tell them how everything had turned out, and to show them that he was no longer an elf, but a human being. There came a flock that flew faster and cackled louder than the others, and something told him that this must be the flock. But now he was not quite so sure about it as he would have been the day before. The flock slackened its flight and circled up and down along the coast. The boy knew it was the right one, but he could not understand why the geese did not come straight down to him. They could not avoid seeing him where he stood. He tried to give a call that would bring them down to him, but only think! His tongue would not obey him. He could not make the right sound. He heard Akka's calls, but did not understand what she said. "What can this mean? Have the wild geese changed their language?" he wondered. He waved his cap to them and ran along the shore, calling: "Here am I! Where are you?" But this seemed only to frighten the geese. They rose and flew farther out to sea. At last he understood. They did not know that he was human, had not recognized him. He could not call them to him because human beings cannot speak the language of birds. He could not speak their language, nor could he understand it. Although the boy was very glad to be released from the enchantment, still he thought it hard that because of this he should be parted from his old comrades. He sat down on the sands and buried his face in his hands. What was the use of his gazing after them any more? Presently he heard the rustle of wings. Old Mother Akka had found it hard to fly away from Thumbietot, and turned back, and now that the boy sat quite still, she ventured to fly near to him. Suddenly something must have told her who he was, for she lit close beside him. Nils gave a cry of joy and took old Akka in his arms. The other wild geese crowded round him and stroked him with their bills. They cackled and chattered and wished him all kinds of good luck, and he, too, talked to them and thanked them for the wonderful journey which he had been privileged to make in their company. All at once the wild geese became strangely quiet and withdrew from him, as if to say: "Alas! He is a man. He does not understand us. We do not understand him." Then the boy rose and went over to Akka. He stroked her and patted her. He did the same to Yksi and Kaksi, Kolme and Nelje, Viisi and Kuusi, the old birds who had been his companions from the very start. After that he walked farther up the strand. He knew perfectly well that the sorrows of the birds do not last long, and he wanted to part with them while they were still sad at losing him. As he crossed the shore meadows, he turned and watched the many flocks of birds that were flying over the sea. All were shrieking their coaxing calls. Only one goose flock flew silently on as long as he could follow it with his eyes. The wedge was perfect, the speed good, and the wing strokes strong and certain. The boy felt such a yearning for his departing comrades that he almost wished he were Thumbietot again and could travel over land and sea with a flock of wild geese. End of the parting with the wild geese, and end of the book The Wonderful Adventures of Nils by the Swedish author Selma Lagerlöf, translated by Velma Swanston Howard, and read by Lars Rolander. Thank you for listening.